pass, and so caught. It's good. D. Anderson and the Showboats have won it in overtime. Going to hand this off up the middle for Marable. He's going to fumble. Ball's loose, and St. Louis picks it up. That will do it. The Battlehawks defense makes a play late. Game on the line, looking to throw. Has time. End zone, incomplete. It's incomplete. The Stallions hang on to win. For overtime, DeLeo to throw, pass, caught by Roland, needs some help. Not gonna get it, he stopped a yard short. Houston will pull off the upset. Looking to throw, has time, deep, right side, overthrown, picked off. It's intercepted by Keenan Isaac. He's gonna need it right there. They hand this off right side for Roland. They convert the 10-5. Chris Roland, I should shut up. Chris Roland touchdown. That's the dagger. Knicks toss left side and there's room. Has past the 30, past the 40, past the 20, 15, 10, 5. RJ Harvey. There we go. One play. Just need one play out of you. Gonna play action and look to throw. Mariota, sometime. Pass, intercepted. It's picked off. Yes, yes. One play was all they needed. Jack Jones. Williams, play action. Rolling left, looking to throw. Has time. Pass, end zone, intercepted. It's Keyshawn Nixon calling game. Darnold to throw. Has time. Pass, wide open. Over the middle. The Seattle Seahawks do it. Play action, looking to throw. Williams has some time. Pass deep. Over the middle. Has a man. It's DJ Moore. Touchdown, Chicago. They win in overtime. Snap good. Hold good. Kick up. And he missed it. Wide right. The Steelers will host Houston on Monday night. Williams in shotgun. Back to his right. 3 receiving options to the left. 4th and 4. Trip to Seattle on the line. Man in motion. Williams looking to throw. Pressure coming. Rolling left. Trying to buy some time. Back near the 40. Pass left side. Williams is caught. Touchdown Chicago. Cole Kmet. Somehow the magic remains. What? May looking to throw in 3rd and 6. Rolling left. Gonna take it himself. And that will do it. A first down carry. It's a gain of 7. And the Patriots have booked their ticket to Santa Clara. Zeros on the clock. The Seattle Seahawks, for the first time since 2014, are your NFC champion. Hello, everybody, and welcome on in. Week 9 wraps up, and it's going to be a long one, a back-to-back. The first game starts here momentarily between the Dallas Renegades and the Louisville Kings. And we're going to figure out what channel this game is started on, as the Indy 500 is running long. So we have to wait and see exactly what channel we're going to be heading to there as Fox is taken up. But welcome on in. Starts here at 4 o'clock. Around 7 is when we have the St. Louis Battlehawks and the Houston Gamblers going at it. St. Louis can clinch a playoff spot with a win. And DC ended up actually clinching a playoff spot last night due to the Columbus Aviators beating the Birmingham Stallions. That's due to some tiebreaker logic there between DC and Birmingham. So depending on the results today, we're either going to have 1 spot or 2 spots up for grabs in the final week. Nonetheless, we won't know the full playoff picture until next week. So welcome on in. Okay, yeah, this ain't FS1. That's what I was expecting. So kickoff here momentarily. But with that Birmingham loss yesterday, the Louisville Kings clinch their destiny, have their destiny lined up for them. They win out. They are in. It's going to start at home against the Dallas Renegades. They won their first home game last week against the DC Defenders, seeing if they can continue this hot stretch that they are on. Going against the Dallas Renegades that, with a loss, are eliminated, which would be insane considering how hot they started the season at. But it's not about how you start, it's how you finish. So we shall see. Teams are on the field. Teams are on the field. They're warming up. Game's not delayed. It's on FS1. All right. We await kick. Again, game's not delayed. It's just it's on FS1 to start because the Indy 500 still has a few laps to go. Might be some bad weather to begin, but it's not thundering, so they're good to go. Kickoff starts momentarily. We're at a commercial break as we wait for the kick. A lot on the line in this one, especially for Dallas, who last time these two teams played, it was kind of the start of the collapse for the Renegades. It was when Austin Reed threw 4 interceptions in the blowout loss. That game was in Dallas as well. It was not a great one. Again, kind of the start of this slide alongside their loss to Columbus the week prior. So we'll see how this one unfolds. Okay, now this broadcast is saying that DC hasn't clinched the spot. We'll figure it out. Orlando, we know definitively has clinched the spot. That's no questions asked. DC, I believe they clinched. Yet last night's broadcast has said that they have clinched. We'll find out. Field conditions are not going to be great. The weather earlier today that stopped a few minutes prior, and a soccer game being played last night is not going to be the greatest of field conditions. But it shouldn't matter all too much if either of these teams want to, either in Louisville's case, make the playoffs, or Dallas' case, keep their playoff hopes alive one more week. So we shall see. It's going to be Dallas getting the ball first in this one, so we'll see Austin Reed and that offense for the first time. Again, through 4 interceptions, the last time these two teams played, it kind of jump-started Louisville's massive turnaround of the season when they've won 4 of their last 5 up to this point. We'll see how this one unfolds. Again, it's a long day, 2 games being live with, a double-header, a back-to-back slate. And Tanner Brown on to send this one down. One of, if not the best kicker currently in the UFL. Maybe Matt McCrane's the only one that has his number. But Tanner Brown, been a very reliable kicker for Louisville. I'm expecting him to do some big things in this game, either through purely kickoffs or just his leg in general, because he can hit from distance. He hit from 60 yards last week. Ajeen Harris, one of the 2 Renegades back to return alongside Lorenzo Lingard. As the final home game for the Louisville Kings is underway. Going to be returned beginning from the 10. Spaced out past the 20, the 25, past the 30, and brought down right around the 35, maybe the 36. So that's where things will start. And out comes Austin Reed. Even with the relatively poor play the past 5 weeks, he still leads the league in touchdown passes. So we'll see how he can do in this one, looking to get his revenge against this defense. Reed and shotgun back behind him, 2 receiving options to each side. Shifting the back to his right as they're going to hand this off for Ellis Merriweather. Left side has some space. Past midfield and finally brought down near the Louisville 45-yard line. Fantastic start for Dallas, but Merriweather is slow to get up afterwards. Massive first play burst. And then the hip drop tackle leads Merriweather down. Beautiful blocking up front. Yeah, it's that good old hip drop tackle that the NFL has tried their hardest technically to remove. And that leaves Merryweather slow to get up. All right, so 1st and 10. As Merryweather got helped off towards the sideline. Ball on the King 44-yard line. Reed in shotgun, a back to each side. After the great play to begin the drive, to follow it up with a handoff going right, and it's going to be another solid carry, a gain of roughly 4. And it's Keegan Jones on the carry. As Day Hunter is not in the lineup today for the Renegades. Something to keep an eye on there, as he can be a very reliable weapon out the backfield. And now that Merryweather is banged up in this one, they're going to be relying on Lingard and Jones most of the game. Reed in shotgun, back behind him, 3 receivers to the left. Going to hand this off on 2nd and 6, and that's a gain of about 1 yard. So 3rd and 5 coming up. $13.5 to play in the first quarter. Reed in shotgun, back to his right. 2 receiving options to each side. Man in motion left to right. As they hand this off up the middle once again, and that's going to be a gain of about 2 for Lorenzo Lingard. So a 4th and 3 coming up after the chunk play to begin the drive. Dallas is seemingly going to be stalling out here. Travis Bell on the tackle. So 4th and 2, they're going to have to at least go for it, if not kick the field goal here. How much do they trust Colton Thieker to hit from what would be 50 plus? Ball is on roughly the Louisville 37, and Dallas will have to burn their first timeout here. They're not going to break the huddle in time. Having to burn a timeout this early is just rough. But they're going to keep the offense on the field, it seems, for 4th and 2. All right, 4th and 2. $12:43 to play in the first quarter. Is an early 4th down test for the Renegades. Reed in shotgun. Back to his left. 3 receivers to the left as well. It's a 4th and 2.5. Close to a 4th and 3. Reed going to look to throw for the first time today. Has time, pass over the middle, wide open with space, a good blocker, and he's untouched. In for 6, the Dallas Renegades are on the board first. It's Tyler Vaughns. And he gets involved early in this one. That's what the passing game is going to want to do a ton in this game. That connection between Reed and Vaughns is what made this Dallas offense so fun to watch through the first 3 weeks. It's been silenced the past 5. And they're making an explosion here early here on week 9. That's a beautiful crossers. And then Emmanuel Butler with a nice block down the field. So on 4th and 2, they go about 36. And the extra point is up, and they lead by 7. It's about time we see that Reed and Vaughn's connection back in motion. He's been silenced most of the past 5 weeks. That's a beauty. And we head to commercial break after the opening drive. So at commercial break. All right. So hot start for Dallas. Again, it's been waiting for a moment like that from them. Let's see if it can continue. But we're at commercial break. We'll see what Louisville can do. Louisville's defense has been kind of the driving force of their hot streak that they're on. If they're going to be giving up big plays like that we saw in that first drive, it might be a long one for the Kings. Just getting back from commercial break and I'm doing a rundown of the Kings' record through the 2 different months of the season. Through the first month, it wasn't great. The second month, it was fantastic. See what they can do in this final 2 weeks. So Colton Thieker on to send this one down. Kickoff underway, going to be returned beginning from the 2. Space out past the 15, the 20, 25, the 30. Space past the 40 and brought down right around the 41. Last week this Kings team began the game with a kickoff return touchdown. They nearly had another one there, as there was space for Tyler Hudson to work. But out comes Chandler Rogers. Not the most impressive of numbers through the past month or so of play that he has had, but it has been enough for what this offense wants to do, as well as their ground game massively taking a step forward. So Rogers in shotgun back to his left. Three receiving options to the left as well. Gonna hand this off up the middle for James Robinson, and that's gonna be a gain of 2. All right. So 2nd and 8 coming up. Rogers in shotgun back to his left. 2 receivers to each side. Man in motion left to right. Rogers going to hand this off up the middle once again, and there's space for James Robinson. Gonna be just shy of midfield to about the 48, but there is a penalty marker down, as this might be coming back. No, it's a face mask against the Renegades. So tag on 15. Automatic first down. They're inside plus territory for the first time today. Being called against Donald Payne. Yeah. Yeah, he gets a hand in that face mask. So 1st and 10. Ball on the Dallas 37. Rodgers in shotgun, back to his right, going to look to throw for the first time today. Dump off left side, going to be caught for a gain of roughly 4 or 5. It's Zach Davidson on the grab. All right. So 2nd and 6 coming up. Yeah, this Dallas defense has not been great despite the hot start to the season. Rodgers in shotgun, back to his right. Going to hand this off of the middle for James Robinson, and that's enough for the first. A gain of roughly 7, up near the 26 of Dallas. Continuing to move the chains pretty well. 10:40 to go in the first. This Louisville offense has taken a massive step forward over the past few weeks. Rodgers in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receiving options to the right as well. Another handoff for James Robinson. He's going to fight his way for a gain of roughly 4. He does not go down easy. Now up to the 22-yard line. Yeah, James Robinson has been a massive spark plug for this Louisville run-in game. Early on in the season, before he really became the main back, they were the worst running game in the league. These past month of play, they've been a lot better. Rodgers in shotgun, gonna end around this one. Right side for Tariq Black on a nicely designed play. It's only gonna gain about 3, but I do kind of like that play design. There's been a few play designs this season where I'm like, it looks nice. I wish it worked better. That was a fun idea for a reverse. So a 3rd and 3. Rodgers in shotgun, back to his left. 2 receivers to each side. Man in motion left to right. They need the 16-yard line. Rodgers to throw. Penalty marker down. Pass over the middle is off the mark and incomplete. Looking for Lucky Jackson. Penalty is probably going to be a legal formation or an illegal shift against Louisville. Oh no, it's offside against Dallas. Defender lined up in the neutral zone. It'll get him just enough for the first. That's now twice where I thought it was going to be a penalty against Louisville, but ended up being against Dallas. Yeah, he's barely lined up in the neutral zone there. That's a good catch. Probably could have also gotten Isaiah Winstead and not being fully set, but oh well. So 1st and 10. Rodgers in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receiving options to the right. Going to hand this off up the middle, and that's going to be a loss of 1 for James Robinson. So 2nd and 11 coming up. All right, 2nd and 11. Rodgers in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the left. Gonna get the snap off in time as they look to throw. Dump off over the middle. Gonna be caught by James Robinson with space inside the 10 and down to about the 9. Makes it a more manageable 3rd down, but still 3rd and medium-ish. Yeah, 3rd and 5. $7:45 to play in the first. Rodgers in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receiving options to the right. Going to look to throw once again. With some time, Rodgers rolling left. Has some space to take it himself. Going to lower the shoulder and be marked down a yard shy of the first at the 5-yard line. I appreciate the effort. It's something that Jason Bean did not do, and thus he is now on the DC Defenders. We saw Jalen Morton yesterday being aggressive with his legs, and it allowed for the Aviators to come back in that game against Birmingham and keep their playoff hopes alive. So now a 4th and 1 from the 5. The offense will stay on the field. Rodgers in shotgun back to his right. 3 receiving options to the right as well. Rodgers, handoff up the middle for James Robinson, and that's going to be enough. It's a gain of 2. It'll be 1st and goal for the Kings. They get just enough. But again, even it's only a gain of 2, but that's good blocking up front to give him enough of a lane to push through there. The short yardage situations are stuff that a lot of teams struggle with. We see in the NFL, teams struggle with short yardage constantly. The Dolphins have been known for it the past few years. Handoff up the middle for Robinson once again on 1st and goal, and that's going to be stuffed at the line. The ball might have come loose. There's a pile forward. Ref saying fumble picked up by Dallas. A red zone turnover for the Kings if this stands. That's a costly turnover. Let's see, is this a clear? Oh yeah, that's a clear fumble. The Dallas defense making a stand inside the 5. And it'll be 1st and 10 Renegades from about their own 3-yard line when we get back from commercial break. 6:04 to play in the first. All right. Yo, what's up? Yeah, game's currently on FS1 as we await the celebratory stuff for the Indy 500 to wrap up. Yeah, it was tough for Birmingham. It was a great game though. I'm fine with it. Again, being an impartial viewer for the UFL has been fantastic the past few years. Because games like yesterday's means that I don't have to worry about who wins. Yeah. Well, again, it's lucky, but it's also, it means that the Guardians aren't there. They would have liked them to stay, but oh well. I'll manage. Have they properly switched back over to this yet? Probably. Yeah. The main thing with Louisville is eventually they're going to need their passing game to show up, which just hasn't quite yet. But I mean, they're in a nice stretch with their defense. We'll see how the rest of this game goes, because the first time these two teams met, it was a hot start for Dallas in that one before Louisville took over. It does feel like Dallas is due. And I wouldn't be too surprised if that comes. I wouldn't be surprised if that comes next week. As we're just coming back from commercial break. Yeah, it's a heads up play from that Dallas defense to force that fumble there. We'll see how much of a game changing play it is. Because like back in week 1 against Birmingham, the Kings had a costly red zone turnover that ended up costing them. That's also true. The Kings win this game. They're properly in the playoff picture for next week. It's a massive game for both sides. In shotgun, back behind him for Austin Reed. Gonna hand this off up the middle, and that's met at the line of scrimmage. Maybe picks up a yard for Lorenzo Lingard. No, Dallas is not a bad team by any means. Neither is Louisville. Like throughout this 5-game losing streak, Dallas has had multiple 1-score losses. They've just gotten unlucky, which is why it feels like they're due. Reed in shotgun back to his left. 2 receiving options to each side. 2nd and 9 coming up. Man in motion left to right. Going to hand this off going right. And that's going to be stuffed at the line for no gain. Yep. like these two teams have been on very, I wouldn't say similar paths, but Dallas has played a lot of one-score games that they've gotten unlucky in. Louisville has played a lot of one-score games that they have gotten lucky in. So like these two teams the past 5 weeks have been more similar than it seems on than it actually seemed with the results. Reed in shotgun back to his right, 3 receivers to the left, a third and roughly 8, looking to throw. Pressure come in, roll in right. Directing traffic will take it himself and be forced out of bounds at the 10. Not going to be enough for the first. It's a 3 and out for Dallas. So this Louisville defense has their offenses back. And the offense should have some pretty good starting field position here. Yeah. No, I don't. So for the XFL, I was a New York Guardians fan. I followed them kind of when they went to Orlando for the final XFL season, but they're not, with them not being a team. I kind of just didn't feel I didn't really feel attached to any team the past 2 years because there was no Florida or New York team. So I've decided to be impartial. I'm keeping that up even with the Storm being there. Punt comes off clean, return beginning from the 36. Returned up past the 40, 45, past midfield. Has some breakaway room, only the punter to beat. It's Lucky Jackson. Punt return touchdown, the first of the season. And this game's an extra point away from being tied. Louisville special teams back-to-back weeks getting the scoring started. All right, cool. Why not? Yeah, I don't see the Guardians Brandon ever properly coming back. Maybe in 2032 when they have that massive, like, in theory in 2030 when they have the massive expansion push, but I doubt it. The Guardians Brandon it kind of lost a lot of its steam in Orlando, especially with that color scheme they went with. Yeah, last week it was Tyler Hudson on the kick return touchdown to tie the game against DC. This week is Lucky Jackson on punt return. Rick Neuheisel is upset about something on that sideline. Oh, Dallas is going to challenge this, saying that there was a block in the back penalty against the Kings. This might be coming back. I don't care much about the Generals brand. My thing with becoming a Guardians fan for the XFL that year was I didn't want to root for Tampa because I didn't like the Vipers Brandon. So it's like I liked the Guardians Brandon and I like some of the players on that Guardians team. I was never drawn to the New Jersey Generals. It would be nice for them to come back, but it wouldn't become my team. Oh, Dallas is gonna win the challenge. Saying this was a block in the back. That's that's more so the side, man. I don't know. That's not necessarily hitting his back. Still 1st and 10 Kings, but the punt return's coming off the board. What would have been the first punt return touchdown of the season for any team. Instead, it's going to be 1st and 10 Kings from probably their own 40 at this point. So it's still good on the field position, but that's an unfortunate call. Yeah, I think the league's in good hands as well. And yeah, like, I'm a football fan first. Well, I'm a Dolphins fan first, football fan second. But I'm able to like separate the two pretty well. I watch every Dolphins game, but like I'm also just down to be watching good football. I'm not someone where it's like oh, my team isn't playing on Sunday Night Football, I'm not gonna watch it. I go live with all the primetime games. Like Dolphins are priority, but like I just love football. Yeah. I still think the Kings got some good momentum off of that return, but man, for that to be called back, it's tough. Yeah. I watched his game against the Hurricanes last year. He played fantastic in that one. He seems like a really solid player. The idea is that one of the three receivers we drafted steps up massively next year, and they kind of like are an anchor for that room going forward. I don't think either can like. I mean, I don't think any of the three are going to end up being like a Puka Nacua type player where they're a later round pick that explodes into the scene. But if they could just be very consistent, I'm here for it. Because my idea and my eyes are kind of set on Miami being good enough to like be confident for the future, but not good enough to win a lot of one score games. Like my like the ideal situation for the Dolphins next year is they go like 2-12 in one score games, have a top 3 pick, and get Jeremiah Smith. That is currently my idea for that. Like I want them to be competitive in everything, just not win a lot. As we're just coming back from commercial break. Someone's wearing a Seattle Supersonics Kevin Durant jersey. Hell yeah. Yeah, because like that would be ideal because it shows that this team is on the right track. It's just they got unlucky in a shit ton of games. So the following year, the tide should turn. Handoff up the middle for Ian Wheeler, and there's breakaway room inside the 50, past the 35, and down to about the 30. Exactly. And plus, like Jeremiah Smith coming back to his hometown. He's a Miami. Like, it'll be perfect. Because also, I feel like if the reason Miami has a high pick next year is a lot of one score losses, ideally that would also mean that Malik Willis is the guy. So it should be easier that way. Rodgers in shotgun back to his left, gonna hand this off for Ian Wheeler once again, but this time is gonna lose about 2. So 2nd and 12 coming up. All right, Rodgers in shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the right looking to throw. With some time, pass over the middle, going to be a gain of about 5 or 6. Yeah, Malik Willis is Miami's quarterback next year. He was with the Packers last year. Halfley and Sully know him well, so I'm going to be rooting for him. I don't blame you for not being thrilled about Tua being there. I expect both Tua and Penix to play at times next year. I don't know what the Falcons are going to do. They're going to have to hope that one of them performs above expectations. 3rd and 6, Rodgers to throw. With some time, going to step up and take it himself and slide down for a gain of roughly 3 or 4. Penalty marker down as well. Going to be holding against the Kings. So the replaying 3rd and 6 will be a 3rd and 16. Like, it sucks where the Falcons are at because I see that entire NFC South being very competitive next year. But like the Falcons have like for as much talent as the Falcons have in that offense, the quarterback just continues to be a question mark, which is unfortunate. 3rd and 16, ball on the Dallas 37. Rodgers in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well. Making some adjustments at the line. Play clock winding down. To get the snap off in time as Rodgers looks to throw. Dump off left for a halfback screen for Ian Wheeler. Has some blockers because inside the 30 and down to about the 27. It'll be a 4th and 6 coming up. Makes it a more manageable 4th down if they want to go for it. They're going to send out Tanner Brown and the field goal unit to try and just get on the board. Having that punt return called back is unfortunate. A 47-yard kick with the left hash to put the Kings on the board. Kick is up, and it sneaks through the left upright. It is good. Tanner Brown continues to be one of the most reliable kickers in the league this year. Now 23 for 26. Yeah, and I would imagine Penix is the starter next year, and he'll be given time to prove himself. But like, if he gets hurt again, or if he continues to play poor, at least they have someone that on the off chance he can get back to form, Tua might be able to do something, but we'll see. I'll be keeping up with the NFC South heavy next year, though. That's my division to watch. So I'll probably be watching, be live with quite a few NFC South games next year. The biggest question is, can Malik Willis look competent? Like, again, most Dolphins fans do not want us to win next year. There's no expectations to be a playoff team, to win a playoff game, or anything like that. The only main question is the rookies from last year and the young guys, are they going to develop? And is Malik Willis going to prove himself to be the guy? That's why I'm saying 2-12 in 1-score games, with a lot of that being just being unlucky, would show to me that Malik Willis can lead this team to being a competitive team. As long as we're competitive in games, that's a win of a season for me. I don't need us to win them all, but if we go 5-12 with a ton of 1-score losses, that only means that the following season, when ideally we're competitive again, we should get some more luck on our side. So it's gonna be a fun season for me because I have no expectations for this team. What's the first week? 3 is the first week I get to choose a 4:00 game, right? Yeah. All right, there's 3 games for the 4:00 window in week 3 that I want, that really interests me. Yeah. But at the same time with how the NFC South is feeling right now, if you can get decent enough quarterback play, you should be able to potentially win that division. Obviously, Tampa is expected to be a little bit better this upcoming season, but with Mike Evans gone, we'll see. I'm expecting the Saints to surprise people next year. With how they ended the season, I'm expecting the Saints to be solid. It would be so funny if Matt Ryan 1 week says screw it and puts on a uniform again. It's not going to happen, but I could see it. Kickoff underway, going to be returned beginning from the 1, spaced out past the 20-25, and a down at about the 30. No, but I don't think Matt Ryan is in a front office role where he has a lot of say in the football operations. I think he's more so in a role to give advice, but obviously not going to be a final say. Similar to the role that Dan Marino was in Miami, where he's looked towards for guidance, but he's not the one making the decisions. Read in shotgun, gonna play action and look to throw. Roll in right, launching one deep right side. Underthrown and incomplete with a penalty marker down. Looking for Emmanuel Butler. Pass was a little bit underthrown. Keaton Ellis, probably going to be called with the DPI here. Yep, DPI against the Kings. That's a tough one. Yeah, that's... I feel like most NFL officials call that hand fighting, but I do also get the idea of the penalty. The ball now on the King 25-yard line. Handoff up the middle, going to be a gain of only 1. And that should be the end of the first quarter. You can let this clock run a bit. They do not need to snap this ball if they don't choose. And that'll be the end of the first quarter. Jeez, how behind is the actual Fox broadcast with this? Yeah, it was nearly fantastic with that punt return, but unfortunately it was called back. But still very much in this game. And there's still a ton of time left. If the defense can hold out here, force a field goal, you're pretty good. Yeah, it brings us to a commercial break. It's the passing game is what's gonna need to step up, I feel. You can only run the ball so many times. And Dallas's run defense is not the greatest, but eventually you're gonna need to have a decently good passing game. Or a passing day. But yep, at commercial break. Solid first quarter of action. At commercial break. All right. Again, if the Kings defense can make a stand inside the 25, we're in a good spot with things. But we'll see. And again, at 7 o'clock is when Houston and St. Louis kicks off. The Battlehawks can clinch their playoff spot with a win against the Gamblers in Houston. That should be a very interesting game. The Gamblers are a really damn good team at home. And they managed to beat St. Louis in St. Louis last week. So we could be in for a fun one later. As we're just coming back from commercial break. Again, a 3-0 start for Dallas has turned disastrous, and they're going to need a lot of help if they're going to clinch a playoff spot. Yeah. Yeah, this Louisville defense has been fantastic, especially the past 5 weeks. So, again, I would be shocked if they end up crumbling today. Reed in shotgun back to his left, 3 receivers to the right. Going to look to throw in 2nd and 9. With some time, pass left side for the end zone is off the mark and incomplete. Looking for Curtis Hodges. Had a step. And a 3rd and 9 coming up. All right. So 3rd and 9 coming up. Reed alone in shotgun. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. To get the snap off in time as he looks to throw. Pressure coming and sacked. Back at the 30. There's that Louisville defense stepping up big. Travis Bell the first into the backfield. And it'll be a 4th and 15, and out comes the field goal unit. It's Travis Bell and Cam Gill combining for the sack. Yeah, they're in plus territory thanks to the DPI. So out comes the field goal unit. Play clock winding down. Colton Thieker on for the 49-yard kick. And that play clock expired. Unless they got a timeout off here, that's a delay of game. Dallas calls their 2nd timeout to avoid this being a 50-plus yard kick. It was a 49-yard kick. Cam Gill talking with the officials. He's been a great force on that front 7 for the Kings this year. 49-yard kick from the left hash. This is nearing a season long for Colton Thieker. Kick is up, and it is good. Back to a 7-point lead. All right. Not bad. Yeah, that week 7 game between the Kings and Defenders was a fun one. As we'll see this Louisville offense once again. So 13:38 to play in the half. Yeah. And this Louisville defense has been outstanding. They need to continue that outstanding play, though, to wrap things up. Kickoff underway, going to be returned beginning from the 4. Gets out past the 25 and down to about the 26. And out comes Chandler Rogers in this offense. Oh, there's a penalty marker down now as well. What's the penalty? Yeah. It's blocking the back against the Kings. They're going to start this off deep in their own territory. It does seem that way. Again, they keep showing this hit that Chandler Rogers took against DC back in week 7, which massively jump-started the offense in that game. So maybe that's all that's needed again. There's another big hit to bring some energy into this team. So 1st and 10. Drive starting deep in their own territory after the block in the back penalty. From shotgun, going to hand this off going left, and is James Robinson with some space past the 30, past the 35, and finally brought down near the 37. Another good carry there for James Robinson. Again, this Kings ground game has been night and day difference since their 1-3 start to their past month of play. And James Robinson's been at the forefront of that. In shotgun, back to his right, gonna hand this off once again up the middle for Robinson, and gonna be a gain of about 3. Oh no, you're good. And yeah, it does seem like a great crowd for the final home game. The entire season, Louisville has been having really solid crowds. Them, Columbus, and really Orlando, the 3 new markets for the league, have been pretty consistent in their attendance numbers. It's been great to see. And if Louisville can somehow get a playoff game as well in this stadium, it would be even better. Handoff up the middle once again, going to have some space for a gain of roughly 5 for James Robinson. So another 3rd and short coming up. They went from dying by this ground game to living by it. So 3rd and 1. Play clock winding down. Rogers in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the left. Man in motion left to right. They get the snap off in time. A handoff up the middle is met behind the line for a loss of a yard. Again, at some point, you need to pass the ball. You can't be running 4 straight times and expect it to work each time. Houston can fully support a team. They just need to be in the same stadium for more than 1 season. That's been my talking point the entire year with the Gamblers. All right, so the punt comes off clean. Going to be returned beginning from the 9, past the 15, and brought down to about the 20. Yeah, they're not getting in the crowd, in part because, again, it's a new stadium every year. In UFL year 1, they were at Rice Stadium. Last year, they were at TDECU Stadium. Now they're at Shell Stadium. Pretty sure even before the UFL for the Roughnecks, they were in a different stadium than Rice. Like they've just been moving stadiums too much to build a market for the fans that are close to that stadium to want to go to a game. So that's part of the reason why, like, my ideal off season is for the league to just put every amount of time and money into improving local marketing and marketing in general the best they can. Because have the teams play in the same stadiums that they are this year, same branding as they are this year, arguably same coaches, but obviously for some teams they might want to change things around, but that's fine. Like, just you need consistency. There's been little to no consistency in the league. We're at commercial break. And we'll see what this Kings defense can do. All right, just getting back from commercial break. Every single team is still in it. The first elimination can come from this game if the Renegades lose. But as of now, every team is still in the playoff picture. Because of the Aviators' win-in last night. Reed and shotgun back to his left, 2 receiving options to each side. Going to hand this off up the middle, and there's some space for Lorenzo Lingard to pick up about 2. Yeah, there's a ton of parity in the league this year. It's fantastic. Second and 7 coming up. The rule in the gain of 3. And there is a brief stoppage here with 10:46 to play in the half. Oh, it's a Kings player still to get up. It's Eric Garor, they're starting corner. And a damn good corner at that. That's a tough blow for that offense. Or that defense, I mean. So second and 7. $10:46 to play in the first half. Clock begins to roll. Reed in shotgun, 2 backs, 1 to each side. Ball on their own 23.5-yard line. Reed looking to throw, dump off right side, gonna be incomplete. Looking for Keegan Jones on the swing route. Gonna be a 3rd and 7 coming up. It was a bit of a dangerous throw as well, even if it was caught. He would have been brought down pretty much instantly. Yeah, that's a dangerous throw there. So a 3rd and 7. Reed in shotgun, back to his left, 2 receivers to each side. Going to look to throw once again. Pressure coming. Reed stepping up. Will take it himself along that right side. Not going to get anywhere near enough for the first. It's only a gain of 2. And the Renegades go 3 and out once again with just under 10 minutes to play in the first half. A 4th and 5 coming up. All right, punt comes off clean. It's a great punt. Going to be returned beginning from the 20. He's out past the 25 and going to be brought down right around the 27. And we head to a commercial break. With 9:18 to play in the first half, 7-point game. We'll see what this Kings offense can do. Gonna need a drive here at some point. They have not been playing the best offensively. But at commercial break. At commercial break. Yeah, this Kings offense, there's flashes. The ground game has been playing well. They're just not able to have it play continuously well because that's all they've been able to accomplish in this game has been a few breakaway carries. They're going to need the passing game to eventually step up as well. As we're just coming back from commercial break. All right, 9:18 to play in the first half. Rodgers in shotgun, back to his right. 2 receiving options to each side, ball on their own 27. Rodgers going to look to throw. Pass left side is caught, going to be a gain of about 3 or 4. Isaiah Winstead on the reception. They're going to need a few more of those, and ideally a bit deeper down the field. 2nd and 6 coming up. Rodgers in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. Play clock winding down to get the snap off in time as Rodgers looks to throw once again. Dump off right side for Ian Wheeler is caught with space, staying on his feet and staying on his feet past the 40 and down to the 42. All right. Give it to your playmakers in space. In that case, you let Ian Wheeler become a pinball. Rodgers in shotgun looking to throw once again. A deep shot left side for Tariq Black. It's a beautiful throw. And it's King's ball inside enemy territory down to the 25. That is a perfect throw in the bucket. If they can get a few more of those out of Chandler Rodgers, they should be in a good shape with this one. That's a beaut. Rodgers in shotgun, back to his right, looking to throw in 1st and 10. With some time, pass deep over the middle for the end zone is batted away and incomplete. Looking for Tariq Black once again. And it's Sean Wade on the pass breakup. But still, like, this is finally the drive for this Kings offense that I've kind of been waiting to see. And now at this point that you're pushing the ball downfield a bit more and you're looking good with it, this is now the point where you start to run the ball a bit more. That also was an on-target throw, which is a great play from Sean Wade. Rodgers in shotgun, back behind him. There's the handoff up the middle. And the fight forward is a gain of 3. All right. So a 3rd and 6 coming up. Rodgers in shotgun, back to his right. 2 receiving options to each side. Ball on the Dallas 24-yard line. High snap, and there's a penalty before the snap. Or maybe a timeout being called. is going to be a penalty against the Kings. False start. 3rd and 11 coming up. Yep. And I was saying 3rd and 12. Yeah, there's some Slade movement early. Rodgers in shotgun looking to throw in 3rd and 12. With some time, pass right side for the first and more. Inside the 10-5, and Caden Prather is in. The Louisville Kings finally find the end zone after the first touchdown get called back. They're an extra point away from tying things up. That was as perfect of a drive as you could have asked for from the Kings there. That's a beaut. Chandler Rodgers took command of the offense and was efficient. Question is, does he break the plane as he goes down? A rule on the field is a touchdown, but they're going to take a look at this. That was a pretty quick review process, saying down at the 1, which, fine, whatever. Initial call on the field was a touchdown. After a second look, they're saying he was down at the 1, which, fair. But kind of what I was expecting the call to be initially, but they ruled it a touchdown, so. First and goal from the 1. So 1st and goal. Rodgers in shotgun back to his right. Both teams stacking the box. Handoff up the middle. And I think it's going to be short again. Yeah, going to be marked just short. No, that same play, maybe line up James Robinson behind Rodgers. Play action and just have him use his speed to get out there. There's Rodgers under center. It's a quarterback sneak that he bounces out towards the right, and Chandler Rodgers is in. Now the Kings are finally an extra point away from tying this game. A nice fake QB sneak as Rodgers bounces out outside. Pretty much the exact play I was saying they should do. There's a little bit different of a design for it. And the Kings have found the end zone. There we go. No, there's no penalty down this. It's going to stand this time. So Tanner Brown on for the extra point to tie things up. All right, so Tanner Brown on for the extra point. It is up, and it is right down the middle. This game is tied. A beautiful drive for the Kings. And Chandler Rodgers was on one for that. A beautiful drive. And we head to commercial break with this game all tied. That was an absolute beaut. And we're at a commercial break. It's been a beaut. And we're at commercial break, waiting to see how Dallas responds. For even though Dallas has played well in that first quarter, it kind of, I wouldn't say a grain of salt performance, but the other two drives in that quarter were very okay, this is what I was expecting. Because one, the opening drive often lies with how the game will go. Plus, I got down to a 4th and 2. The field goal drive was thanks to a DPI deep down the field, which, depending on the officials, is either called or not. Again, in the NFL, it's probably called more often than not, but we've seen that not be called before. So, we'll see. As we're just coming back from commercial break, 5:44 to play in the first half. All right. So Tanner Brown on to send this one down. Kickoff underway. Going to be returned beginning from the 5. Space out past the 15, the 20, 25, past the 30, and brought down right around the 34, maybe the 35. Dallas will start from there. With 5:38 to play in the half. All right, read under center, back behind them. 2 receiving options to each side. Ball on their own 37. Play action looking to throw. Read with some time. Stepping up, passing deep over the middle. It's overthrown and incomplete. Missed his man by about 5 yards. Looking for Tyler Vaughns. 2nd and 10 coming up. I like the deep shot and the aggressiveness, but so 2nd and 10, Reed and shotgun back behind him, 2 receivers to each side. Shift in the back to his right. Reed gonna hand this off up the middle, and there's a ton of space. Enough for the first, and brought down right around midfield to about their own 49 for Lorenzo Lingard. Austin Reed's only completion of the game was that touchdown pass on the opening drive. So Reed in shotgun back to his left, 2 receiving options to each side. Play clock winding down to get the snap off in time as they hand this off going right. He's tripped up behind the line and falls back at the line of scrimmage for no gain. Lorenzo Lingard on the carry once again. 2nd and 10 coming up. So 2nd and 10. Reed in shotgun back to his right, 3 receivers to the left. Play clock winding down to get the snap off in time as they look to throw. Reed, deep pass left side, is off the mark and incomplete. Another overthrown pass, this time again for Tyler Vaughns. It'll be a 3rd and 10 coming up. Again, since that first completion to Tyler Vaughns, this passing game has not been able to do anything. They have not been able to connect. 3rd and 10. And there is a brief stoppage here with 3:29 to play in the half, as the play clock was winding down. I don't believe it's a timeout called. But Lynn Family Stadium is getting loud for this 3rd and 6. So Reed in shotgun, back to his right, 3 receivers to the left, going to look to throw. Has some time, now pressure coming. Stepping up will take it himself, a penalty marker in the backfield. Space to run inside the 35 and down to the 32, but this might be coming back. Yeah. Like, there's a few stadiums I want to eventually go to for a game. And yeah, penalty is holding against the Renegades, so that'll be a 3rd and 20 coming up. Like, I want to eventually go to every NFL stadium for a game. I have 3 off the list already because of Florida. I want to go to St. Louis for a Battlehawks game at some point, and I want to go to Louisville for a Kings game, because every single home game this season, this Kings fan base has been fantastic. I'll need to figure out exactly the schedule and stuff. I don't plan on making that a thing for a while because financials. But eventually that's the idea, and I probably would make a video series out of it, or videos about each stadium and all that. Reed in shotgun looking to throw in 3rd and 20. Pressure coming, pass over the middle is ruled a catch currently for Tyler Vaughn. It'll be a 4th and about 3. Refs will discuss. They pass midfield with that 17 or 18 yard completion, so they're gonna have to go for it. Clock winding down. We'll see if this sticks. Yep, it can be ruled a completion still. Play clock winding down, and now there's a stoppage. And there's the challenge. Well, it's not only just that. It's also like I'm just going to be finishing school in the next year. I'm going to want to get a starter job somewhere as well. Yeah, Louisville's challenging him. This is actually a completion. There is a bit of a bobble there. And that does hit the ground. Also, this is not going to be a Kings challenge, Mike Pierre is saying. This is going to be a replay review. The ball comes loose, and it does seem like it hits the ground. It's going to be incomplete. A 4th and 20 coming up. Cameron Datzler, someone who spent some time with the Miami Dolphins this past season, makes the pass breakup, and the Renegades will punt. This Kings defense continuing to make massive plays in this one. And again, that connection between Reed and Vaughns just has not been the same since week 3. Oh yeah, I have a friend who's from the area, and he tells me as well that like, and he's kind of like my in to a lot of Louisville, to a lot of Kentucky news, even though he's not a massive fan outside of like basketball and stuff. But he's still like my in for it all, and like he was also like relaying information of like, yeah, Louisville has been desperate for a professional team for a while, and Kentucky as a whole. So like I knew that once they were announced that they were going to be a team that's here to stay. Same with Columbus. Oh yeah, it's going to be like it's going to be Louisville and St. Louis probably as the top fan bases after this year. Punt comes off clean, fair caught at the 20. Gonna bring us to the 2-minute warning. There's some argument going on that Dallas sideline about them snapping the ball before the 2-minute warning. But 2 minutes to play in this. All tied up at 10. I mean, I don't blame him for being upset. This is a team that through 3 weeks was the best team in the league, and they've been desperate for a win the past 5 weeks. I don't get him being I get him being upset because it's small mistakes like that where it could cost you. Because instead of getting the clock to the 2-minute warning, then snapping, you probably save the Kings like 4 or 5 seconds by snapping before the 2-minute warning. And those 4 and 5 seconds could be the difference in the Kings having the lead entering the half or not. Plus, the Kings get ball to begin the second half, so they could have the lead entering halftime now. But at commercial break for the 2-minute warning. A minute 56 to play in the first half. All right, just getting back from commercial break. Oh, of course, there's a Spurrier on that sideline. Rodgers in shotgun back to his left, gonna hand this off up the middle, and that's a gain of maybe a yard. And they're gonna let this clock run a bit, going somewhat up tempo. Rodgers in shotgun back to his right, 2 receivers to each side, going to look to throw. With some time, pass over the middle is a beautiful ball. Down to the 45 for Zach Davidson. Chandler Rodgers, man. Like, he's not having flashy showings. He's not lighting up the stat sheet, but his throws and his accuracy has been something to watch. In shotgun, looking to throw in 1st and 10. Has some time, deep shot right side, back shoulder, going to be caught by Lucky Jackson. Inside the 25 to the 24 of Dallas. The past 2 drives for the Kings. That's an underthrown ball for sure. But it does enough. In shotgun, back to his right. Going to be an offside penalty here against the Renegades. It's a free play for the Kings. Pass over the middle is caught by Zach Davidson. Gonna be a gain of about 7. Oh, and there's some extra stuff happening afterwards here. Gene Harris going a little extra with the... Okay. The broadcast saying that for G. Harrison, that's OKC level flopping. That's brilliant. So the first penalty we know is going to be offside against Dallas. Is there any extra? Offside against Dallas. That's the only penalty will be accepted. 5 yards, 1st and 5 coming up. So 1st and 5 coming up. 20 seconds on the play clock and counting. Rodgers in shotgun, back behind him. 3 receiving options to the left, making some adjustments at the line. Ball in the 19-yard line. You get the snap off in time as they hand this off, go left. James Robinson with some space, going to pick up about 3. All right. And with all timeouts, Louisville can run this final 50 seconds how they want to. There's their first. All right. $55 seconds to play in the half. A 2nd and 2 coming up. Kings get ball to begin the second half. They're in a prime spot. Rodgers in shotgun, back to his left. 2 receiving options to each side. Going to look to throw. Rodgers with some time and going to be escaping this pressure, rolling to his right. Somehow escapes what should have been a surefire sack. Still going to lose about 3 on the play. There's also a penalty down in the backfield. We'll see what this is. They're still in field goal range, so I'm not worried about what this is exactly. It is holding against the Kings. So a 2nd and 12 coming up. If anything, that allows you to close some more time here. All right. So 2nd and 12 coming up. $46 seconds to play in the half. Rodgers in shotgun. Back to his right. Handoff up the middle. It's going to be James Robinson for a gain of maybe 2. It's the Kings calling their second timeout. Okay. I mean, mainly due to the holding penalty. At this point, I would feel like the mindset is to just run this clock out and kick a field goal to send it to halftime. $242 yards of offense for the Kings compared to only 82 for Dallas. All right. So 3rd and 10 coming up. Yeah, because now you give. That's why, I would have just not called a timeout after that 2nd down play. Because you don't get the first here. Dallas calls their final timeout. They'll get the ball back before half. It won't be with a ton of time, but you'll be able to do something with it. Rodgers in shotgun, back to his right. 2 receiving options to each side. Ball on the Dallas 24, looking to throw. Rodgers with time, pass left side is going to be caught by Tariq Black, and it's going to be a gain of about 7. So a 4th and 3 coming up, and clock will roll. And now it's stopped. Portland and San Diego would be my top 2. Those were my top 2 in 2 years ago when I made my first UFL expansion video. Those would be my top 2. Is this Portland and San Diego? Oakland you can throw in there as well. I'm of the mindset of the league needs to go west soon. And I think 2030 is when that'll happen. I think in 2030 we'll see 4 teams added to the league, all of them being out west. I think we'll see Portland or Seattle, San Diego, Salt Lake City, and then one other somewhere. All right, 25 seconds left in the half, and out comes Tanner Brown. 35-yard kick from the left hash to put the Kings up by 3 as we approach halftime. Kick is up, and it is right down the middle. 24 made field goals on the year for Tanner Brown. He continues to be as reliable as ever. And there's 21 seconds to play in the half. And yep, at 7 o'clock, St. Louis and Houston go at it. St. Louis with a win will clinch a playoff spot. Yeah, the broadcast is still saying that DC is not clinched, despite what was said last night. Yeah, St. Louis, if they beat Houston, they clinch a spot. And kickoff underway. Going to be returned beginning from the 8. Unless they can get a big return here, it's probably be it for the half. Up past the 30 and out of bounds around the 35. So with 15 seconds and no timeouts, is Dallas going to attempt something here before the half? They're going to try something here. Reed in shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. Going to look to throw. Pressure coming. Dump off left side is incomplete. Looking for Lorenzo Lingard out the backfield. 10 seconds remain. And I don't think there's enough time now at this point. All right, another standard play. Reed in shotgun. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Going to look to throw once again. Pressure coming. Reed stepping up. Passing deep right side is well off the mark and incomplete. Looking for Tyler Vaughns. So since the... Let me make sure that it is proper. I'm pretty sure his first completion was that touchdown earlier. But I could be off. Either way, he's 1 for 8 at this point. And there's their kneel down for halftime. The Kings have a 3-point lead entering half. After being down by 10 at one point in this game. No, after being down by 7. After being down 10-3, they have scored 10 unanswered. They have the lead entering halftime, and they get ball to begin the second half as well. I need to double check. Yeah, so since the opening touchdown pass, Austin Reed has thrown 7 straight incompletions to end the first half. So that's part of the reason why I say 4 teams being added in 2030. Because Mike Rapoli has said by 2032, he wants to have a 16-team league. So either in 2030 or in 2032, they're going to need to add 4 teams. And I think 2030 would be the better one. Tanner Brown for sure is gonna go somewhere. He's been lights out this season and has a good leg on him for a kicker. You can be pretty confident in kickers making the jump. So Tanner Brown's the one. I could see Chandler Rogers has been playing well. Again, hasn't been flashy, but it's been efficient. I could see him getting a tryout somewhere. I could see most of the Columbus running back room getting a shot. I could see James Robinson getting a shot. No one on St. Louis really stands out. Isaiah Buggs in Orlando is probably going to get another shot at the NFL. DJ Miller, the same way. I think he'll get another shake in the NFL. I don't see really anyone else on Birmingham because maybe DTR gets one, but besides that, I think Birmingham, you can be confident that most of those players will still be there next year. But my one definitive is Tanner Brown. QBs are tough because no one has stood out this year in the same way that Adrian Martinez did in year one and Bryce Perkins did last year. No one has really stood out to that same degree. Again, Chandler Rogers maybe just because he's been efficient. Jack Plummer, he's been efficient as well. So I think of all the quarterbacks, he might be the one. DTR maybe, but he hasn't been efficient how you would want it to be. Yeah, maybe guys from that front seven in Birmingham will get a shot, but I don't know. It's gonna be again. There's a ton of these players are going to get tryouts and are going to get some training camp invites. If they actually stick around, that's a different question. I would not be surprised if half the league gets a tryout in the NFL, but if they actually stick, that's the main question, and that's where I think it would probably be on the lower side of proper impact guys as well. And as we're at the half, where is Case Cookus right now? I'd like to see him back as well. He didn't play the greatest for Memphis last year, but it would be fun to see him see him back in some degree. He spent time with the Stallions last year as well, but yeah, it doesn't seem like he latched on anywhere. He could be someone that could be fun to come back. There's a handful of quarterbacks that I would like to see return to some degree. I know that Ben DiNucci was flirting with the idea if Seattle comes back, but yeah. Yeah, he played for the Stallions last year. I do not remember his Stallions tenure. Memphis, I remember more, but him with the Stallions last year just is not on my mind. Mainly because I just think of Matt Corral for that. Also, I think he might have gotten hurt last year as well. Yep, at halftime. But yeah. Again, I'm expecting it sometime next year. I'm expecting it either sometime in the off season or sometime next year that we're gonna get the brand for the OKC team, and then they're going to announce the next city for 2028. That's probably gonna be their mindset for it. In large part because it feels pretty obvious the second team is being added in 2028. Because like it feels obvious. And I wouldn't be surprised if when they do properly open up that new stadium in Michigan for the MLS team, that at that same point they also announced the Panthers are coming back. Again, that's just the obvious one, but we'll see. Yep, we're at halftime. At halftime. But we're at the half. I'll quickly be right back. We got ourselves a long one today. As soon as this game ends, Houston and St. Louis kicks off over on ESPN2. I'll be live with that one as well. No breaks in the action. As we're at commercial break. We're at commercial break for halftime. Kings get ball to begin the second half, and they've been having they have just had a great second quarter. And they've had a really damn good first half as a whole. That defense continues to play really well. We'll see how this continues. One more commercial break, and we can have the start of the second half. Oh, Tanner Brown has a UFL single season record in field goals made with 24. And that's only going to probably increase as both this game and the season wraps up. But yep, at commercial break. We await the start of the second half. Should be happening here momentarily. We're at the final commercial break of halftime. Yep, at commercial break. As we're just getting back, the second half underway here. Louisville gets ball to begin the second half. A 3-point lead for the Kings. Can they hold on and be comfortably as the 3 seed entering the final week of the season where they have to play Houston next week in Houston? No, they play Columbus next week in Columbus. That's what it is. Either way, they play, a potentially sneaky opponent next week. So we'll see. All right. Teams are on the field. Colton Thieker is on to send this one down. And it was a rough end to the first half of that Dallas offense. So we're going to have to wait a bit before taking the field once again. As the second half kick is underway, going to be returned beginning from the 6 up past the 30, bouncing off defenders inside the 35, and pushing forward still past the 40, 45, and down to the 46. A beautiful return for Louisville to get this half started. It's Ian Wheeler on the return. And they're going to have excellent starting field position to begin this half. They're in a great spot here. Yeah, he was pinballing on that return. So 1st and 10. Rodgers and shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well. Man in motion right to left. As Rodgers is going to hand this off up the middle. And I guess past midfield and down to about the 47 of Dallas is James Robinson on the carry. So already past midfield. They're picking up right where they left off in the first half. Which is just a consistent ground game. Rodgers and shotgun back to his right. 2 receivers to each side. Making some adjustments at the line. A 2nd and 4. Rodgers going to look to throw. Quick pass left side. Down. It's a quick pass left side, but it was a bit deep down the field. And Tariq Black, the intended receiver, it goes through his hands, incomplete. That's a good decision from Rodgers, though. That's the exact shot you want to take, that keyhole. He has just put too much into it. Again, it's a good decision. Just need a tiny bit better of a throw there. I don't hate it. So Rodgers and shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. Play clock winding down. A 3rd and about 4. Rodgers going to look to throw, and there's a penalty that will whistle to play dead. It's a false start against the Kings. So a third and decently long coming up. They passed midfield, so they're going to be having to go for it on this drive if they can't get the first here. So Rodgers in shotgun, looking to throw on 3rd and 8. Pressure comes quick, escapes to his right, looking downfield. Pass back over the middle is a wide open Tariq Black inside the 35 and down to the 32 of Dallas. They keep the drive alive. Chandler Rodgers, he's playing fantastic in one of the most important games of the season for the Kings. Like, the past month or so, they've been playing borderline do-or-die games. But, like, again, this is for the 3rd seed entering the final week. This is a massive game, and they're playing well in it. Final home game of the season as well. As will be 1st and 10. So 1st and 10 coming up. Rodgers and shotgun back behind him. Will hand this off to the left for James Robinson. That's going to be a loss of about 3. It's Stephen Jones in the backfield. So a 2nd and long coming up. So a 2nd and about 13 coming up. Rodgers and shotgun back to his left, and there's movement up front before the snap. A false start against the Kings. Gonna make this a 2nd and even longer. A 2nd and 16 coming up is the ruling. Rodgers and shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well. They're still in field goal range at the Dallas 37. Rodgers going to look to throw. With some time, a dump off left side is at the feet of James Robinson. The halfback screen got blown up. It'll be a 3rd and 16 coming up. Rodgers and shotgun back to his left on 3rd and 16. Play clock winding down. 2 receiving options to each side. You get the snap off in time as Rodgers looks to throw. With some time, rolling right to buy some more. Look to take it himself. Can't get a block. And only going to pick up about 2. If James Robinson blocks Gene Harris there's space for Rodgers to run. James Robinson needs to try and lay that block a bit. It'll be a 4th and 14, and out comes Tanner Brown. Yeah, if James Robinson lays that block, or even if Rodgers kind of stays along the line of scrimmage and force Harris to step up a bit, or to go with Robinson, then it'll probably be something, but instead it's a 54-yard kick for Tanner Brown. Ball is centered. Kick is up. And it is good. A beaut. Tanner Brown, 25 made field goals on the season. And the Kings lead by 6. He's for sure getting an NFL opportunity. And we head to commercial break. At commercial break. Yeah, it's solid so far. We're at commercial break, waiting for the Kings, waiting for the Renegades' first offensive drive of the game. And we're at commercial break. See if Dallas's offense can find more of a rhythm here in the second half. Again, running game wise, they've been fine. Passing game has been the issue. Aside from that touchdown pass on the opening drive, it's been 7 straight incompletions for Austin Reed. So not the cleanest of games. But we'll see as we're just coming back from commercial break. As we await kickoff, Tanner Brown will be on to send this one down. Lorenzo Lingard and Najee Harris back to return for the Renegades. 10:46 to play in the third quarter. All right, kickoff underway. Going to be returned beginning from the 5. Space out past the 20, past the 25, past the 30, and down to about the 34. Yeah, that Dallas sideline is a bit of a mess. Austin Reed play action looking to throw, rolling right. Pressure coming, a dump off right side is dropped by Seth Green. 8 straight incompletions. And now there's a penalty down as well. Probably going to be a roughing the passer, I would assume. Yeah, it's roughing the passer against the King. So 15 yards, automatic first. And Rick Newhousel there telling Luke Lennon next play for him to come in. They're probably going to be trying to shift something up. That just hit. That should not be rough for the passer. Like, yeah, he hits him late, but come on. That's a ticky-tacky one. I do agree that, should not have hit him that late, but still. So Reed in shotgun going to hand this off going left, and that's a gain of about 2 or 3. It puts Dallas past midfield at about the Louisville 49. Lorenzo Lingard on the carry. Still no word about Ellis Merriweather, I'm realizing. Does not seem good. So Reed in shotgun back to his right. Gonna hand this off up the middle once again, and once again, it's a gain of about 2. So a 3rd and medium coming up. They cannot punt on this drive. Third and 6, 9.5 to play in the third quarter. Reed in shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well, looking to throw. With some time, rolling right, pass back over the middle is incomplete, looking for Seth Green. Now it is 8 straight incompletions for Austin Reed, and they're going to have to go for it here on 4th and 6. Just a tough spot to be in. So 4th and 6. Reed in shotgun, back to his left. 2 receiving options to each side. Going to look to throw once again. Pressure coming, pass over the middle is caught by Lingard. Bounces off one defender, shakes a second. Ain't gonna get enough for the first. It's a gain of 7 up to the Louisville 40-yard line. They keep the drive alive. After 8 straight incompletions, it's a gain of 7 from Reed to Lingard. In shotgun, a back to each side. 1st and 10, going to hand this off, going right for Lingard in their space. Past the 30 and tripped up right around the 25. All right, Dallas's offense is waking up now. The Reed in shotgun, going to pass this one right side, and that's going to be incomplete. Looking for Seth Green. Dangerous pass along that right side, kind of in a double coverage. And it'll be 2nd and 10 coming up. It's a dangerous throw from Austin Reed. Just under 7.5 to play in the third. 2nd and 10 coming up. Play clock winding down to break the huddle with 6 seconds remaining on it. Reed in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the left. They get the snap off in time. Dump off left side for Seth Green, going to be a gain of about 3. So a 3rd and 7 coming up. Third and 7. Reed in shotgun. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Ball on the Louisville 22-yard line, looking to throw. Pressure comes quick, rolling left. Still looking downfield. Pass for the end zone is incomplete. Nearly picked off. Was looking for Tyler Vaughn's. It's Steel Chambers that gets a hand on that one. And the drive stalls out for the Renegades. That was a dangerous throw from Austin Reed. Yeah, that's a dangerous throw there. They're trying to get that connection building again, and they just can't. Colton Thieker on for the 40-yard kick from the left hash to make it back to a 3-point deficit. Made from 49 earlier in this game. This one from 40. Kick is up. And it is no good. Missed it. Wide right. It remains a 6-point King lead. Colton Thieker has not been having a great season. That's a tough miss. He pushed it wide right. And we head to a commercial break. And we head to commercial break. That's a tough break for Dallas. And it's been tough breaks like that is a part of why they're on this 5-game losing streak. But at commercial break. Yeah, it's just been one of those month and a half for Dallas. They just can't catch breaks. But we're at commercial break. At commercial break. Just coming back from commercial break. And they're showing the first down play from that previous series where Austin Reed tried to fit one in there for Seth Green that just never really had a proper chance. He tried being aggressive for the sake of being aggressive. Because there's two other options to go for there that are more open. You have Greg Ward on what's probably the intended target, and you have Tyler Vaughn's on a crosser. Instead, he tries to go for Seth Green, and it's just not there. It's mistakes like that. Dolphins running back? Ooh. Well, after this play, I'll answer. Rodgers handoff up the middle. Going to be a gain of about push forward for 5, maybe 6 for Ian Wheeler. There's 3 potential answers to favorite Dolphins running back of all time. It is either Ronnie Brown, Lamar Miller, or Jay Ajayi. I'm leaning Ajayi. Now again, this is not including modern guys because their legacy is still have to be made, and the answer is Devon Achane if I include them. So that's too easy. So from like proper like former Dolphins is one of those 3. I'm probably gonna lean Ajayi because that 2016 season was such a fun watch. Rodgers play action looking to throw in 2nd and 3. Rolling right, gonna take it himself for the first, a gain of roughly 4. Like I watched the tail end of Ronnie Brown's Miami tenure, so I don't remember that too much because I was young. Lamar Miller in 2015 was a fun watch, but there was just something magical about Jay Ajayi in that 2016 season. So I'll probably say him, even though again it was like 1 year, but like not including current players. Rodgers in shotgun back behind him. Gonna hand this off up the middle on 1st and 10, and that's stuffed at the line for no gain. Second and 10 coming up. 4:10 to play in the third. Rodgers in shotgun, back to his right, 2 receiving options to each side, man in motion right to left. Going to look to throw on 2nd and 10. With some time, pass left side is off the mark and incomplete. Had an open Isaiah Winstead, but couldn't connect. It'll be 3rd and 10 coming up. Again, there's another case of Rodgers making the correct decision, but just being slightly off with it. It's the correct read. Winstead's wide open. Gotta put it on target. Especially when there's not really a ton of pressure there for you. Rodgers in shotgun, back to his left, 3 receiving options to the right. They get the snap off in time as he looks to throw. Pressure coming, trying to step up, avoids pressure, and can't avoid it the second time around. He's sacked for a loss of 2. He avoids pressure the first time, gets bumped a bit by his own lineman, which allowed Dallas to regroup and rally. So it was a 4th and 12, and they'll punt this one away. Michael Turner was a fun watch as well. Like, he was a fun player to watch during those early, like, I want to say during those like early 2010s, late 2000s. Punt comes off clean, going to be returned beginning from the 5, up past the 15, and brought down. The helmet's coming off, and out of bounds around the 20, but pretty sure it's going to be marked shorter than that. It's going to be Dallas ball after the punt. Like, Devontae Freeman was good, but for some reason he's forgettable for me when thinking of 2016 Falcons. 2:40 to play in the third. We'll see what Dallas offense can do on this next drive when we get back from commercial break. Like, I don't know why, but for some reason Devontae Freeman doesn't come to mind first when I think of that team, or think of running backs in general from that team or from Falcons history. Work done more so comes to mind, and like that's yeah. And the work done is one of those players that, looking back on him, it's a fun player to watch. As we're at commercial break. So NBA Finals tickets for the Knicks are starting to be put up for sale on like secondhand markets because they're up 3-0 in the series. A courtside ticket for $280,000 is insane. MSG is just something else. As we're at commercial break. All right, just getting back from commercial break. I think they'll embrace them really well. OKC is a similar market, I feel, to like Columbus, where there's one professional team there currently. They've been calling for another one to come at some point, and they want to kind of prove it to the other leagues that they deserve, they deserve another team. I think they're rallying behind that market really well. And what will also massively help them out, I said this when it was first announced. Week 1, 2028. Have it be Dallas in OKC for the home opener, and instantly try and spark that Red River rivalry in the UFL. I think it'll go perfectly. Reed in shotgun back to his right, gonna hand this off up the middle, fighting forward for a gain of about 3. There is a penalty down here though. It's offside against Louisville. There'll be 1st and 5 coming up. I think at some point they would try Tennessee again, but not for a while. I think at some point maybe, but not for a while. Part of that reasoning is because Memphis didn't work out properly. Rapoli does not want to do a lot of NFL markets. Reed to throw in 1st and 5, pass over the middle is a beautiful ball for Curtis Hodges. Gonna put him at the 49-yard line, just shy of midfield. 2 minutes to play in the third. Dallas is moving here. That's a beautiful throw. Reed in shotgun, a back to each side, gonna hand this off up the middle, and that's Lorenzo Lingard for a gain of a yard. Yeah, and part of the reason Memphis didn't work out also was like the stadium location wasn't great and everything. The team wasn't great. Again, I think that it could work, but they won't test it again for a long while. 2nd and 9. Reed in shotgun back to his right, 3 receivers to the left. Ball on their own 49-yard line, and there's movement up front before that snap. Who are they going to get this on? It's false start against Dallas. Okay. There's been 10 penalties against the Kings. 2 of them have been DPIs, though. That's the one stat where Dallas is actually beating the Kings in, and that's the amount of penalties. With them only having 5. Reed in shotgun, back to each side. 2nd and 14. Play clock winding down, get the snap off in time as they look to throw. Dump off right side for a halfback. Screen is going to lose about 2. Keegan Jones on the reception. 1 more play is needed before the end of the 3rd. He is now 4 for 14. So has not been too much better. He's still not seeing the field well. He's really forcing some throws in there from time to time. Reed in shotgun back to his right, 3 receivers to the left. They've yet to convert on 3rd down today. Looking to throw, pressure comes quick. Pass deep over the middle is going to be incomplete, but there's a penalty. Looking for Emmanuel Butler. They're going to get Eric Garrour on a DPI for a hit in early. There's the DPI called. Though, up front at the line, I think there could have been something against Dallas there that it didn't call. It is a clear DPI. But I'm curious about the line of scrimmage. Because I feel like there could have been a holding called against Dallas that wasn't. They can let this clock run down to the end of the 3rd quarter if they want. Reed in shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well. Their snap. Reed looking to throw. Rolling right. Pass back over the middle is caught inside the 20 and down to about the 17 for Seth Green. And that'll get us to the end of the 3rd quarter. Dallas inside the red zone for the first time in a long while. As they look to tie and then take the lead in this one. 15 minutes to play. A Louisville win. And they'll have that 3rd seed in the playoff picture entering the final week. A Dallas win. They keep their playoff hopes alive, as a loss would eliminate them this week. And we head to commercial break. I think the league might be viewing Dallas as their Austin team a little bit. Obviously, they're not that close to each other, but that just might be how the league... I doubt they'll put a team in Austin and Dallas. But again, Salt Lake, Portland, San Diego, Seattle, I could see all of those. San Jose as well. Albuquerque, maybe. I also don't fully believe we'll see both Seattle and Portland, at least not right away. I think it'll be one or the other to start. And I would probably lean more so in favor of Portland, though Seattle has been shouting for a team to be back there since the Sea Dragons left. As we're at commercial break. All right. At commercial break, we'll wait to start of the 4th quarter. Michigan If the league is smart, the Michigan Panthers are back in 2028. They need to be back. San Antonio, I think similar to Memphis, they're going to be a bit hesitant with it for a while. If they return, they're going to want to be very confident with it. They're also going to want to make sure they get the right stadium and everything. So San Antonio, I think, will take a while, if at all. Michigan should be back 2028. That should be ideal. We're going to have to wait until we see what happens with the new stadium that's being built. That would be more aligned with the current stadiums in the league. But that's kind of the idea. As we're just coming back from commercial break, if the Kings can hold on, they're going to have that third seed in the UFL playoff picture. And it's Luke Lennon in at quarterback to begin this. In shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the left. Ball on the King 18-yard line. Lennon is more so their go-to mobile option. As Lennon going to keep it himself right side in their space. A big hit down at the 11. And it'll be a 2nd and roughly 3 coming up. 2nd and 2. And now out comes back Austin Reed. Reed in shotgun, back behind him, 2 receivers to each side. Ball on the 10-yard line. Back now to his right. Gonna hand this off for Lingard going left, and that's gonna be a loss of roughly 2 or 3. So a 3rd and 4 coming up. Louisville defense trying to bend but not break on this series. Third and 4. Reed in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. Play clock winding down. They get a snap off in time as Reed looks to throw. With some time, rolling left by Moore. Pass for the end zone is caught by Curtis Hodges. The Renegades are back in the end zone for the first time since the opening drive. They tied this up. The extra point will take the lead. And now there's a penalty down as well. What's the penalty? After the play, it's Taunton against Dallas. They're going to enforce this on the try, so it would be a long extra point attempt. All right, the game is all tied up. So the extra point now going to be from 48 yards out. To tie this game up, or to take the 1-point lead. Kick is up, and it is good. Well, so that's not the stadium that the league is aiming for, it seems, for the Panthers to return. There is a MLS stadium being built in Michigan also that is roughly the 15,000, 17,000 capacity. That's where I see like the idea for the Panthers to go. And kind of just the league in general. That's where they're going to be wanting to play games in that size of stadiums, for at least for the foreseeable future. And until they consistently sell out those tickets week over week, year over year, they're not going to get much bigger stadiums than that. As we're at commercial break. All right, Dallas takes the 1-point lead, looking to keep their playoff hopes alive. What can the Kings do? As we're at commercial break. 30 minutes until kickoff between Houston and St. Louis. As we're at commercial break, so should be coming back here soon. All right, just getting back from commercial break. $13:43 to play in this one after a much needed good drive for Dallas's offense. Kickoff going to be bouncing in the end zone for a touchback. Louisville will begin from the 40. So they're in a prime spot to retake the lead. All they need is about 18 yards. Give or take like 2 or 3. Because Tanner Brown can hit from probably like 63, 64. So let's say 15 yards is all they need for field goal range. Rodgers in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well. Ball on their own 40. Gonna hand this off up the middle, and there's space. Gonna break off some defenders and fight his way past midfield to the 49. Well, there you go. So 1st and 10. Rodgers in shotgun, back behind him. 3 receivers to the right. Handoff for James Robinson once again, and there's a breakaway room up the middle. Going to be fighting his way down to about the 40. A gain of 9. 2nd and 1 coming up, and that's now confidently field goal range. So they can retake the lead here, as long as they don't go backwards too much or turn the ball over. Second and 1, Rodgers in shotgun, back behind him, 3 receiving options to the right. Gonna play action, look to throw. Pass over the middle is wide open for Isaiah Winstead. Has some blockers inside the 15, the 10, the 5. Isaiah Winstead, and the Kings have the lead. All it took was 4 plays. And the Kings retake the lead with just over 12 minutes to play in this. Too easy. Too easy. Chandler Rodgers, have yourself a game. And then good blocking as well from Ian Wheeler deep down the field. Yeah, just too easy. And they're going to go for 2 to try and make it a 7-point game. Or at least that's what it initially just showed. No, they're going to send out the field goal unit. Okay. Tanner Brown on for the extra point to make it back to a 6-point lead. No penalties. Okay, now they're going to go for 2. They're going for 2 to try to take a 7-point lead. Two-point conversion attempt. Rodgers and shotgun back to his left. Try and take a 7-point lead in the 4th. 2 receivers to each side. Man in motion left to right. Rodgers looking to throw. Pass right side. Isaiah Winstead is in. 7-point lead for the Kings, and there's a penalty now. What's this? Only thing I can see this being is holding. Hands to the face against the Kings. 10-yard penalty, you're going to have to retry. Some tough penalties in this game against the Kings. Unfortunate. Yeah, that's clear. That's what sucks about it as well. It's a clear penalty. So now with this, it hands to the face penalty. Yeah, still have to go for... Yeah, still have to go for 2 because they already went for it. Now it's a 2-point try from the 12. So an unfortunate situation for the Kings. It was a good play call. It worked. It's a bad penalty to take there. Rodgers and shotgun back to his right. 2 receiving options to each side. 2-point try from the 12. Looking to throw. With some time, pass over the middle is caught. Fighting his way. James Robinson, is he in? They're saying he is. It's still a 7-point lead. Oh, and now they're saying he's short? No, he's in there. That crosses the plane. That ball breaks the plane. His knee's not down because he gets tripped up. He gets upended. His knees were going to touch, but he gets upended there. So his knees are still above the ground. It's going to be review. Yeah, he gets upended. He gets upended and his knees land on the ankles of a Dallas defender. And that's going to be a successful conversion, it seems. Yeah, because he gets upended. That's a successful try. So it's a 7-point lead for the Kings. Even with the 10-yard penalty on the first conversion attempt. And so because draw flip, oh, this is where I typically have the pronunciation guide, stuff like this. Let me pull it up. Oh, it's not even on the Dallas pronunciation guide for their depth chart. That's cool. Yeah, so because of safety, upended James Robinson, he stays in the air long enough for that ball to cross the plane. And it's a 7-point Kings lead. All right. And we're at commercial break. All right. At commercial break. It has been a solid game all around. Just getting back from commercial break. A 40-yard catch and run for Isaiah Winstead, followed by the James Robinson 2-point conversion attempt. As the Kings up by 7, looking to get one step closer to the playoffs. Kickoff underway, going to be returned beginning from the 9. Up past the 30, past the 35, past the 40, and out of bounds around the 46. A great return for Eugene Harris. And let's see what this Dallas offense can do. All right, that was a great last drive for Austin Reed, but can he keep it up? So 1st and 10. Yeah, damn near double the amount of total yards in this game that is what the Kings have compared to Dallas. Twelve penalties against the Kings compared to the 6 against Dallas, and it's just not mattering. Reed in shotgun, back to his right. 2 receivers on each side, ball on their own 45. Play action looking to throw. Reed with some time, pass deep over the middle is intercepted. Eric Garrour. And he's going to return this, having some space past midfield. Past the 45, breaking off defenders down near the 40. This Kings defense adding on turnovers. They picked off Austin Reed 4 times in the first meeting. That's their first in this one. And it's on the first play of the drive. He jumped the route perfectly. And the Kings are in business to extend this lead. Already pretty much in field goal range, unless he gets ruled tagged down well before, but I don't think he's going to. Either way, it's a great interception. Garrour got banged up earlier in this game. Came back, been playing solid. Was looking for Greg Ward, and that's a terrible decision from Austin Reed. I don't know what he was seeing there. It was a great play from Garrour to turn his head, turn his hips, see the ball, come down with it, through some contact, through the ground. And the nightmare of the past month and a half continues for Dallas. Louisville's such a damn good... Their defense is what has been the most impressive thing to watch the past 5, now 6 weeks. It's been that defense and the improvement of the ground game. Those have been very impressive to see. Because the main thing, saying that Garrour was down by contact back near their own 31. Rodgers and shotgun going to hand this off up the middle, and that's going to be a loss of about a yard. like a lot of what has changed with this Louisville team has been they're not turning the ball over as much as they did in the first month of play when they had that very tough start. Chandler Rogers, again, he's not doing anything flashy, but 13 for 17, 225, and a touchdown in this game. No interceptions. That's a damn good stat line. You'll take that every single week. And he's been doing pretty much just that every single week. Rogers in shotgun looking to throw, pass right side. That's as I'm singing his praises, that's a pretty bad pass and it close to triple coverage. 3rd and 11 coming up. So a 3rd and 11 coming up. Rogers in shotgun, back to his left, 3 receivers to the right, going to look to throw. With some time, will step up and take it himself. Has enough for the first, he slides down at about the 44. Well, welcome on in. Houston still has about 14 minutes before that kicks off anyway, so you're all good. But Chandler Rogers using his legs to pick up the first and keep the drive alive on 3rd and 11. There was a Dallas player headhunting on that. What's Quinterio Cole out there straight headhunting on that play. Rogers in shotgun back to his right, gonna hand this off up the middle, and there's space, and he stays on his feet through some contact. Gets past midfield to about the 47 and a half yard line. Gonna be a 2nd and short coming up. Yeah, it's been a good one. Yeah, the Houston Gamblers in their final home game of the season, giving out some good old Jim Kelly bobbleheads in this game. I'm curious how many fans are going to show up for that game. Rogers in shotgun back to his left, going to hand this off up the middle, and that's space for a gain of about 2 or 3. Yeah. 9:15 to play in this one. Second and 7. Rogers in shotgun looking to throw. Dump off left side, caught by James Robinson. Gets the sideline. Going to be another first down for the Kings. Up to about the 35 of Dallas. The Kings have been on one the past month and a half. It feels so good to see this. Because week 1, I had the Kings 2nd in power rankings. And it took them a while, but they're showing now why I was so high on them before the season. Rogers in shotgun back to his left. 2 receiving options to each side. Get the snap off in time as they hand this off up the middle. There's room for Ian Wheeler. The 20, 15, 10, 5. The ball comes loose. It goes out the back of the end zone. Did he cross the plane first? I forgot there's no touchback out the back of the end zone rule in the UFL. Why'd you have to remind me? Where's the ball come loose? It's a fumble. It's a fumble out the back of the end zone, so it's going to be returned to the 1 as per UFL rules. So Ian Wheeler, still a great carry. And the first time these two teams met, Ian Wheeler had 4 rushing touchdowns. Yeah, it was a lot of it was just Jason Bean. Because again, he had his moments for the Kings early on in the season, but he would just turn the ball over a bit too much. He would put the ball in harm's way. Chandler Rogers has not been doing that to the same degree, and it's been a night and day difference. So 1st and goal from the 1. Just under 8 minutes to play in the game. Play clock winding down. And they're going to have to burn their first timeout. That too, yeah. Sliding out the 1. That was the main reason he was traded. That was egregious. It reminded, even when that happened, I said it reminded me of a play that was made last year from a Michigan quarterback, I want to say. I don't know. It was on like a 4th down as well or something. It was a bad play for Jason Bean to make. And it's been fun because this week alone, we've seen multiple instances of quarterbacks lowering their shoulder and fighting for extra yards. And it being massive for their team. Like Jalen Morton just last night lowered his shoulder and fought and scored a game-tying touchdown and ended up being a large reason why they won that game. Because the very next drive for Birmingham to throw a pick 6. Yeah, after that they were done with him. I don't blame him. To be fair, I was also someone before this season where I was like, okay, I'm kind of gonna expect Chandler Rogers to be the starter this year, but they went with Jason Bean, and don't fully blame him. Yeah, Jalen Morton, yeah, I get the Cam Newton comparisons. He played fantastic yesterday. He looked good. He looked good for Birmingham last year as well. Rogers handoff up the middle, and that's going to be in for James Robinson. They extend this lead one way or another. It was Ian Wheeler on the carries. Now a penalty seemingly after the play. But Ian Wheeler, he punches in the drive that he started. Has been. Yeah. A face mask penalty against Dallas. That'll be enforced on the try, I believe. But the lead is extended to 2 possessions for the Kings with 7:47 to play in this. Yeah, there's a lot of people making that Cam Newton comparisons yesterday for Morton. I mean, it's like what he showed was nothing necessarily new. Because during his time with the Stallions, he was showing similar things. So like I'm not surprised that he went out there and played well. Also, with this being a penalty being enforced on a conversion attempt, I'm shocked they're not going for 3. Because it would be from the 4-yard line. But I guess the idea is either way, it's going to be a decently big lead. 2-point conversion attempt from the 1. Rodgers in shotgun, and there's penalties before the snap. Yeah, YouTube very briefly there just hiccuped. I don't know why, because my OBS has been fine. I'm not going to wood for that. False start against the Kings is the call. Yeah, YouTube very briefly hiccuped there. I don't know why. So due to the false start, it's a 2-point try from the 6. Rodgers in shotgun back to his right, 2 receivers to each side. Looking to make this a 15-point lead. Rodgers going to look to throw. Pass left side for the end zone is batted away and incomplete. Looking for Isaiah Winstead. It remains a 13-point King lead. All right, we head to commercial break. Yeah. Yeah, YouTube's been hicking up a bit. Most of the stuff's now on their end for today, which that at least makes me feel a bit better because there's legit nothing I can do about that. If YouTube is the one that's freaking out. Yeah, we're at commercial break. at commercial break. See if Dallas can respond. They've just been off in this game. Aside from the 2 touchdown drives, they have not been doing much offensively. Which, like, duh, but it's not like they're moving the ball well either on those in between drives. But at commercial break. All right, just coming back from commercial break. Tanner Brown on to send this one down. Dallas gonna need to come back down by 13 to keep their playoff hopes alive. Kickoff being returned beginning from the 12. Out past the 30, past the 35, and down to about the 35 or 36-ish. And we head to a brief stoppage as we await the teams take the field. Yeah. Reed in shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. Going to look to throw in 1st and 10. Dump off left side. Going to be dropped. And going to be ruled incomplete. Keegan Jones, the intended target. For a second there, I thought it was maybe a backward pass. So 2nd and 10 coming up. Reed in shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well. Going to hand this off up the middle, and that's Keegan Jones for a gain of roughly 5. Play 1 of this game saw Ellis Merriweather go down with an injury. There's a chance that maybe that turned the tide in this one, but still a 7 for 19 day from Austin Reed is not what you expect out of him with how he's played at times this year. So Reed in shotgun back to his right, more so a 3rd and 6. Going to look to throw. Pressure coming, trying to escape, rolling left. Has some time, passing deep, left side is high and incomplete. Looking for Tyler Vaughns, who has not had a reception since the touchdown to begin the game. Cameron Datzler almost with the interception there. Dallas goes 3 and out. And down by 13 with not a lot of time left, we might be seeing them go for it here. Yep, offense on the field. Reed in shotgun, back to his left. 2 receiving options to each side. Going to look to throw in 4th and 5. Pressure comes quick. Pass over the middle is incomplete. Drake Stoops never saw the ball come in. It's a turnover on downs for the Renegades. As there's YouTube hiccuping again. It's a turnover on downs for the Renegades. And with 6:03 to play, and Louisville in position to extend this lead, only time will tell for the Renegade season. Yeah, pass was also behind Drake Stoops there. This Kings defense has been fantastic. In shotgun, back behind him, 3 receiving options to the left. Gonna hand this off up the middle for James Robinson. He fights for maybe half a yard, but not much else. Clock will begin to run. Second and 9 coming up. Reed in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receivers to the right, going to look to throw. Reed Rodgers in shotgun. Pass over the middle is caught. Going to be enough for the first. A gain of 10 for Zach Davidson. Five minutes to play. Oh, seems like the day might be done for Austin Reed based off of what the conversation going on that sideline is. Handoff up the middle is James Robinson for a gain of roughly 5. Four and a half to play. Clock continues to roll. As we're preparing for the start of Houston and St. Louis. As actually I should be kicking off here soon. Let me pull it up on another monitor. Rodgers in shotgun, going to hand this off up the middle. And that's going to be a gain of about a yard or so. Because that should be beginning here soon. Is that going to begin on ESPN News like most games have so far? ESPN U, that's beginning. Okay. 3rd and 4 coming up. I should have ESPN U, right? I do. Perfect. All right, so St. Louis and Houston is now pulled up. We'll be calling both games for as long as I need to. Rodgers in shotgun, back to his left. 2 receiving options to each side. Gonna play action and look to throw. Pass deep left side towards the end zone. Gonna be caught by Tariq Black. And the Kings keep adding on to this lead. And that very well might be the dagger. Chandler Rogers, have yourself a game with 3:28 to play. They lead by 19. For me, because I played a lot of Madden growing up, for me, it is Charles Clay. And that is in large reason because whenever I play Madden or even like nowadays college football, for me, that is because of I like throwing the tight ends a lot and throwing the tight ends. So he was for a period of time was a tight end in Miami. So I used him a lot in that. Extra point is up and it is good. They lead by 20. All right, the program alert is saying that this will be going to Fox 1. I might have to sadly call it for this, unless maybe it. Do I have Fox 1? What is Fox 1? It didn't say FS1, it said Fox 1. Yeah, I'll call this for as long as I can then, I guess. Oh, is Fox 1 their streaming, sir? No, because it would say FS1. I can see. Once it cuts over, I can see if it is FS1. But so for the time being, kickoff underway. Return beginning from the 8. Face up past the 30. Pass to 35 and out of bounds right around to 39. As kickoff is about to be underway here between St. Louis and Houston, it'll be the Gamblers getting the ball first in this one. Again, if it cuts off early and I can't find it again, I'll just switch over to Houston and St. Louis, which I was going to do anyway once this game ends. If it needs to be a bit earlier, whatever. It's a 20-point lead with 3.5 to play. And I believe Luke Lennon's going to be in the game here for Dallas. Is the app? Yeah, okay. So I'm probably going to have to switch over then once it does. Handoff up the middle. Going to be only getting about a yard. ESPN app. I definitely do not have that installed and won't install it in time. Let me see if I can pull it up just on the website for it. So I'd like to be able to still call the end of this game, but if I can't, oh well. Yeah. Alright. Again, probably once the 2-minute warning hits, probably make the switch then. Leaning in shotgun, back to his left, going to look to throw in 2nd and 9. Pass deep right side, going to be wide open. Emmanuel Butler down inside the 25 to the 24. As Hunter Deckers takes the field for Houston. 2.5 to play in the 4th quarter here. Dallas goes quick. Deckers in shotgun, back to his right. Ball on their own 32 to begin this game. Handoff going left, and there's space. Up past the 40, 45, and brought down right around midfield for Houston. It is Marcus Yarns on the carry. Luke Lennon in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receivers to the left as well. Going to hand this off up the middle, and that's a gain of about 3, up to the 21. And that'll get us to the 2-minute warning here between Dallas and Louisville. And yeah, so this commercial break is going to be the end of, and that's what we're going to see from here. So once I get confirmation that game ends, I'll do my after the game spiel for that. So let me switch this over to Houston, St. Louis. Had Deckers in shotgun looking to throw. Pass right side going to be incomplete. Houston wants a penalty. Jontre Kirkland, the intended target. Going to be a 2nd and 10 coming up. ESPN U. All right, and then I'll start switching this over as well. Dallas might be scoring again, but for all intensive purposes, this is the final. Deckers in shotgun, back to his right. 2 receiving options to each side. Going to play action and dump this off right side with some space. Going to get past the 45 and out of bounds around the St. Louis 42. Is Jontre Kirkland on the grab. So with this loss for Dallas, they will be eliminated from playoff contention. The Louisville Kings will have the 3rd seed entering the final week of the season. As Deckers looks to throw in 3rd and 2, and he is swarmed. Stacked back at around midfield. Pita Tamupenu, the first in the backfield. And there'll be a 4th and long coming up. At stake here between Houston and St. Louis. A St. Louis win and a clinch to playoffs. Houston win, their playoff hopes stay alive. Deckers to throw on 4th and 11. Has some time, pass over the middle, is off the mark and incomplete. It's a turnover on downs, and St. Louis will have it. So Perez in at quarterback. In shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well. Going to hand this off up the middle. And that's going to be a loss of roughly 2 for Jarvion Howard. Why this same thing happened last week for St. Louis and Houston? I don't okay. So Perez in shotgun gonna hand this off going left. And that's gonna be space past midfield to about the 49, so a gain of roughly 3. All right. These back-to-backs can be fun, but other times, yeah. So Perez in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. Man in motion right to left is Akeem Butler. As Perez looks to throw. Dump off left side, caught by Howard. Has some space, can be brought down right around the 45. Not enough for the first. Only a gain of about 4. Alright. Those are changed. Is it not? Is it still on Fox? Oh, I made multi-view it just to see. Because it said they would be switching over on the broadcast. Let me double check. If so, then we can stick to the end with it, but... No, for me, it's Inter Miami. Probably because I'm in Miami. Perez to throw in 4th and 5. Pass right side, going to be caught by Akeem Butler for the first. To keep the drive alive. Yeah, for me, it's the Inter Miami game. Because, again, I'm in the Miami area, so they're gonna prioritize that on local Fox networks. It's fine. So 1st and 10 for St. Louis. So that's the first. Perez in shotgun, back to his left. Gonna hand this off up the middle for Kevon Latulis. No, it's kindly James on the carry. Trying to bounce it out left side, will still lose about a yard. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Whatever. Again, I don't expect Dallas to come back from that, so shouldn't be missing anything too impactful. All right, 2nd and 11. Perez in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. 9:50 to play in the first quarter. Looking to throw. Pressure coming and going to be sacked back near their own 48. Rashard Lawrence on the sack is a 3rd and long coming up. Yeah, if you can help keep me updated with that, it'll be appreciated. Yeah. Again, I would rather be cut off for the final 2 minutes of a 20-point game than completely miss entire games like was the case last year at times. So I don't mind. Perez looking to throw on 3rd and 19. Dump off left side, gonna have some space. Gets up past the 40 and down to about the 38, maybe 37. It's Kylan James on the reception. Gonna make this a more manageable field goal try at the very least. If they so choose. It's a 4th and 9, and seemingly the offense will stay on the field. Perez alone in shotgun. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Going to look to throw in 4th and 9. Pressure comes quick. Dump off left side for James. Going to be met behind the line for a loss of 2. It's a turnover on downs for St. Louis, and Houston's defense makes a big-time stand. All right, there we go. And we're going to head to a commercial break off the turnover on downs. Are we good? At commercial break. As we're at commercial break, after both teams turn over on downs on their opening drives. We're at commercial break. As we await Houston's second drive. I'm going to be keeping up to make sure that when this game switches back to ESPN2, we're all good. Game over? Yeah. So with the Dallas loss, they're eliminated from the playoffs. It's a 37-23 win for the Kings. They now hold the 3 seed in the UFL entering the final week of the season. It's been an impressive past 6 weeks for the Kings. 5 of their last 6 to get to the point where they are now. It has been very impressive for them. As we're just coming back from commercial break here for St. Louis and Houston, as the Battlehawks are looking to clinch a playoff spot. $8:26 to play in the first. Ball on their own 40. I have not seen many shots of the stands at the game today. Decker's in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receivers to the left as well. As the game is back on ESPN2, so let's hop over there. Decker's play action looking to throw. Pass right side, going to be overthrown and incomplete with a penalty down. Probably going to be against St. Louis for a hold to some degree, as there's also a St. Louis player slow to get up. It would be the one with a penalty against him. Yep, it's DPI. Going to be a call against St. Louis, and that same player has a DPI called against him is slow to get up. It's Luke Barco. There will be a brief stoppage for the injury timeout. Yeah, he pulled something. For a solid 5-10 yards, he's hopping on one leg trying to keep up with the receiver. So a first and 10 coming up due to the DPI. Yeah, so DC has clinched a playoff spot, it seems. Fox's broadcast earlier did not say that. ESPN's broadcast here is saying that they have clinched a spot. So DC is in. Louisville and St. Louis are the 2 teams most likely to be in after next week, but we'll see. Decker's pass right side, wide open. It's caught inside the 20 and out of bounds around the 16. It is Jalen Moreno Cropper on the grab. And Houston is inside the red zone for the first time tonight. All right, that's a great throw from Deckers. On the move, going right. Deckers in shotgun, back to his left. 2 receivers to each side. Ball on the St. Louis 16-yard line. Man in motion right to left. Play action looking to throw. Dump off left side. Caught by Lawrence Keys. Inside the 10 and down to about the 7. It's a gain of 9. So 2nd and 1. Deckers in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well. Ball on the 8-yard line. Bobbles the snap. Looking to throw. Pass for the end zone is caught in the back of the end zone. Even with the missed timing due to the snap, it's Javonte Payton. And the Gamblers strike first. All right. That's a 7-yard touchdown pass. Yeah, that foot's in bounds. In the back of the end zone, it's the Gamblers striking first. All right. Extra point is up from John Hoyland. And it is no good. He missed it wide right. It will remain a 6-point Houston lead. And we'll see what St. Louis can do after this. We're heading to a commercial break, it seems. If so, they're heading to a commercial break. I'll quickly be right back. All right, I am back. Still at commercial break. As we await St. Louis's second drive of the game, now down by 6. We're at commercial break. Yeah, it's been a solid one. It's still early on, but it's not been bad. At commercial break. All right, just getting back from commercial break after Houston took the lead on their previous drive. Yeah, it's been a fun week of football in the UFL. And Louisville with the win earlier, they eliminate Dallas, and they're sitting pretty for the playoffs. So kickoff underway. Going to be out the back of the end zone for a touchback. St. Louis will begin from the 40. So 1st and 10 coming up. Perez in shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the right going to look to throw. Dump off left side going to be caught, but that's a loss of about 5. Jarvion Howard on the reception for the halfback screen. It goes absolutely nowhere. It was Quinton Newsome in the backfield for the tackle for loss. And that, again, haven't gotten a clean shot of the stadium yet. Briefly during that silent interview with Javonte Payton, you see a bit of it. Seems about standard for what we know for Houston. But I'll hold off full judgment until we see proper views. Perez in shotgun, looking to throw in 2nd and 15. Dump off right side for Howard once again. Gonna pick up about 6 or so. Making it a 3rd and manageable-ish, 3rd and 9. So it'll be a 3rd and 9 for Houston. Or a 3rd and 8, they're ruling it. Probably 8.5. Yeah. Perez in shotgun, back to his left. 2 receivers to each side. Going to look to throw. Pressure coming, trying to step around it. Rolling right, will take it himself. Perez has enough for the first and slides down at the 45 of Houston. 5.5 to play in the first quarter. All right, Luis Perez using his legs, something you don't see all too often. In shotgun, back to his left, gonna hand this off up the middle, and that's gonna be stood up for only a gain of about a yard. All right. Second and roughly 8 coming up. Perez in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the left, going to look to throw. Dump off left side, caught by Jacquar Pearson, will be enough for the first. A gain of roughly 9. Alright, been a solid drive so far. First and 10. Perez in shotgun, play action, looking to throw. Has some time, dump off over the middle for Kevon Latula is going to be a gain of roughly 9. Should be a penalty. Yeah, there is one down. Going to be an ineligible man downfield. Yep, an eligible man downfield is the call. Going to be a 1st and 15 coming up. Yeah, that's a rough one. So Perez in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well. Play action, quick pass, right side is incomplete. Looking for Akeem Butler, but he wasn't prepared. And Houston nearly had a fantastic dive-in interception from Glendon Miller. He just couldn't hang on through the ground. But that's a heads-up play from Miller to crash down there and be in position to pick that ball off. Yeah, that's a tough one. Just a little bit too far outside. Perez in shotgun, back to his right. Play action, looking to throw. With some time, pass over the middle, and that one's going to be picked off. Returned up past the 30, past the 35, and finally brought down near the 38. They avoided it on the first. Can't avoid it here is Major Burns. But what's the penalty? It's DPI against Houston. Being called against Glendon Miller. It'll be automatic first for St. Louis. That's a tough one. Houston's coach sounds angry, assuming that's who's talking right now. Broadcast is saying they don't see much of an interception there. There's a Houston player slow to get up now. Probably to give his team more time to potentially challenge this. So, yeah, they're saying on 25. Yeah, if it was called against Burns, I could see it, but against Miller? Glendon Miller's not even on that side of the field, it seems. Yeah, so they said the wrong number, so who was it on? Because again, they called it, the ref said number 25. That's Glendon Miller, who nearly had the interception to play before. There was no sign of him being even on that field there. Yeah, so if again, at least Mike Pierre is stepping here. It does say that it was supposed to be on 18 Major Burns. But even then, like, it probably should not have been a DPI. Pass over the middle on 1st and 10, gonna be caught at about the 25 before being tagged down. It's Sal Cannella is back? I missed this sign-in. Sal Cannella is back. And he is right back with that connection he has with Luis Perez from their time in Arlington together. I'm curious to see how this is going to work out for them. Because Sal Cannella was Luis Perez's favorite target during the time with the Renegades. Cannella was with the Browns this past season due to injuries at tight end. He is now in St. Louis. Perez looking to throw in 2nd and 6. Has some time, rolling to his right, directing traffic. Pass in right side, going to be low and incomplete. Looking for Jacquor Pearson. Third and 6 coming up. Third and 6. Perez in shotgun, back to his left, looking to throw. With some time, pass left side, going to be incomplete. It's Sal Cannella, the intended target. Couldn't hang on through some contact. And there'll be a 4th and 6 coming up. Not quite a red zone issue, but these deep in enemy territory inside the 25 issues for St. Louis is coming back again. Same way they did last week for them in that loss to Houston. Another case of that happening here, where they just stall out deep in enemy territory. So out comes the field goal unit, looking to put St. Louis on the board at the very least. The 43-yard kick from the left hash. It is up, and he missed it to the left. He pulled it. It remains a 6-point Houston lead with 1:09 to play in the first quarter. Yeah, tough work from the kickers there. Yeah, missed it to the left. All right. A 1:09 to play. And since we're 2nd and 7 coming up, one more play at minimum needed before the end of the quarter. Decker's alone in shotgun, looking to throw. Quick pass right side, going to be caught with some space and blockers. Gets up past the 40 to about the 41. And that should get us to the end of the first. It's going to be a brief. Oh, has it been Plumlee in? Anyway, that's the end of the first quarter. Has it been Plumlee in the entire time? Have I missed that? But 15 minutes in the books. Houston leads by 6. Oh, yeah, it was John Rice Plumlee in. Okay. So Plumlee's in for this drive for Houston. It's going to be interesting. But yeah, we're at commercial break, so I'm going to say it again because I'm not sure if I lagged out there for a sec. Friday, when Dallas takes on St. Louis to begin week 10, I will not be live with that game. It is a friend's birthday that night. We're going to be celebrating. So I won't be live, at least not here, technically. I won't be live, technically. I won't be live here. I'll be joining him for his birthday stuff. Which, again, Dallas got eliminated today. That game's not really going to matter. I don't feel one way or another. I mean, obviously, St. Louis still needs to clinch a spot, but it was, yeah. So I'm not going to be live on the 29th for week 10 begin. I will be live for all the 3 other games. I'll be live for all the playoff games. We were trying to schedule something for the end of this month. It was either this past Friday or next Friday. I stood firm on saying I'm being live with Houston with DC Orlando. So things worked out for it to be next week anyway. So I won't be live on the 29th. But with that, 40 of 42 games. That's a win for me. I missed quite a few last year. I missed the first 2 years of the UFL. I had to miss entire weeks at times because of traveling, but I'll take missing only 2 games. As we're at commercial break, waiting for the start of the second quarter. At commercial break. All right. And as we're just getting back from commercial break, to see what Houston can do here. Dude, the success that the Kings have been on the past month and a half is so uplifting. Because I had them ranked second entering the season in my power rankings. And they're now 1 win away from the playoffs. I knew what they were capable of. So 3rd and 2, John Rice Plumlee in shotgun, back to his right. 2 receiving options to each side. Gonna roll out to his right on a speed option. We'll have it the 1st and more. And finally brought down right around the 48. And hey, that is what you can do with Plumlee. He has great speed to him. He has great athleticism. He found that hole and just hit it going north-south. He did that a lot with UCF. So Plumlee in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receivers to the left as well. Gonna hand this off up the middle, and there's space for Marcus Yarns. 1 man to beat, past the 30, 25-20, 15 inside the 10 and out of bounds. At roughly the 9 or so yard line is Marcus Yarns on the massive carry of close to 50. And it's 1st and goal Houston seemingly coming up. Beautiful blocking up front. Houston ready to make a statement in this game. Plumlee in shotgun, gonna hand this off up the middle. They ruled him out of bounds at the 11, so it was a 1st and 10, and it's a gain of about 2 or so. Welcome back, just in time. Yeah, ruled it a gain of 2, so 2nd and 8. Plumlee in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well. Gonna play action and try and keep it himself right side. Pass along that right sideline. That's a big hit. Looking for Justin Hall, and that's a borderline hospital pass thrown by John Rice Plumlee. 3rd and 8 coming up. I get what he was doing there. It could have worked, but that's a dangerous throw. Yeah, he threw it too far down the field. If he throws that close, if he throws it more so to him instead of leading him, he could catch it and make a move maybe, but that was a dangerous throw. So Plumlee in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the left. And there'll be a timeout called by Houston. That's their first. Yeah, if Plumlee is able to throw that more so at his chest instead of leading him down the field, he's one is able to come back to the ball to give him some more separation, and 2, potentially able to make him miss and get some yards out of that. Instead, it's a hospital pass. So 3rd and 8 coming up. So 3rd and 8. As they're hearing into Kevin Sumlin trying to see if that really was a clean hit. Plumlee alone in shotgun, 3 receivers to the right. Going to look to throw, now trying to take it himself up the middle. Rolling right now, looking, pass along the sideline, going to be a little bit too high and incomplete. Looking for Jontre Kirkland. And out comes John Hoyland. Something's in my eye now. What the? So out comes John Hoyland. Try and make this a 9-point lead for the Gamblers. Was a decent drive. You know, John Rice Plumlee led a decent drive there. Couldn't capitalize. A few issues here and there once they got inside the red zone. But, you know, it was okay. I still think Decker should be in more so, but as long as you're in playoff contention, Deckers is the guy. 28-yard kick is up and right down the middle. 12:07 to play in the half. Yeah, and that's fair. And again, Deckers has just been playing fantastic this season. So like while you're still in playoff contention, Deckers should be on the field. I'm a massive Plumlee guy because of the UCF, but like Deckers should be the quarterback right now. I think for the future, Plumlee could be the option because Deckers is probably gonna get a shot at the NFL at some point with how good he's playing. But while you're still able to make a playoff push, I want to see Deckers in at quarterback. Unless the game is out of reach, either you're up big or you're down big or you're out of playoff contention, then you can put in Plumlee. But unless that's the case, Deckers is the one. As we're at commercial break. At commercial break. At commercial break. This is a pretty long seeming commercial break. Okay. Alright, just came back from commercial break. I won't even And to be fair, Plumlee was drafted technically by the Roughnecks, so. Well, no, I think he might have been drafted by the USFL-Gamblers, actually. I'm trying to think of when. No, it would have been first year UFL Roughnecks, right? Because 2023 was his. Whatever. By the way, he was drafted by this by Kevin Sumlin specifically, it seems. All right, kickoff underway. Going to be returned beginning from the 11. Base out past the 20, past the 25. Base past the 30, past the 35, and fighting his way inside past the 40 to about the 42. There was also a penalty down. Yeah, the commitment to the bid is the point. So during the return is Holden against St. Louis. That'll be coming back. Yep. Spurs Thunder begins in like an hour or so. Tomorrow night, Knicks and Cavaliers game 4, which should be a fun one. It's a 3-0 series, but it's been fun to watch because of how good the Knicks have been. It's crazy. So 1st and 10. Perez in shotgun, back to his right, 2 receivers to each side. Going to look to throw. Pass over the middle is caught. That's a gain of about 5. Before being stood up. Second and 5 coming up. $11.5 to play in the first half. Perez in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the left. Going to look to throw. With some time, trying to sidestep to the right. Pass over the middle is wide open with space for Stephen McBride. There is a penalty in the secondary. McBride gets past midfield and down to about the 48 of Houston. This might be coming back. Illegal contact against Houston's the call. It will be declined. Yeah, the Danhausen stuff has been something. There'll be a 1st and 10 St. Louis past midfield at the 48 of Houston. Perez in shotgun, back to his right, 2 receivers to each side. Going to look to throw once again. Pass over the middle is going to be caught, and fighting forward for a few extra yards is Blake Jackson on the reception. 2nd and roughly 4 still coming up. It's crazy how like the Danhausen stuff and the Knicks have grown. Like they're selling merch for it. They're selling merch for Danhausen with the University of Kentucky. It's crazy how like popular it's all getting. It really exploded with that game 1 result. Perez alone in shotgun, 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Ball on the Houston 43, looking to throw. Pass right side is caught with some space. Enough for the first inside the 35, down to about the 33 for McBride. All right, we got the attendance numbers for the final home game of the season for the Kings. It's at about 10,300. Pretty damn good attendance. So 1st and 10, Perez alone in shotgun. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Going to look to throw. With some time, pass left side, caught by Joshua Pearson. And it's going to be a gain of roughly 5. Oh, yeah, oh well. Appreciate you tuning in either way. Second and 5 coming up for St. Louis. Perez in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. Ball on the Houston 27, looking to throw. Quick pressure, pass over the middle, going to be caught by Pearson. The ball comes loose. Houston has it. Returned up past the 10, and going to be brought down right around the 11. Harry Vincent picks up the fumble, and his Houston defense continues to make things tough for St. Louis, picking up right where they left off last week. It's a good throw from Perez. It's nicely done for Pearson. But I believe that's Glendon Miller forcing it loose, and Harry Vincent picks it up. Yeah. And like again, it's also credit to Danhausen for being able to just run with it and committing to the bid in a way where people clearly like it. It's like I just respect it. It's like it makes me laugh from time to time. I'm cool with it. Handoff going left on 1st and 10 for Houston, going to lose about a yard or so. Kirk Merritt on the carry. It was Eli Walker who forced the fumble. Okay. So 2nd and 12. I believe that's Decker's shotgun. On the way back to his right, 3 receivers to the right. Yeah, it's Decker's going to look to throw. Pressure coming, rolling right. The dump off right side's a bit too far down the field and incomplete. Looking for Kirk Merritt. 3rd and 12 coming up. To a 3rd and 12. Just under 8 minutes to play in the half. Decker's in shotgun, back to his right, looking to throw once again. Pressure coming, rolling right, just going to throw this one away, incomplete. Just avoiding the safety there. It's a 3 and out for the Gamblers. Unable to capitalize off the fumble. Here's going back to the whole Louisville Kings attendance thing. Throughout, like, total attendance numbers for the season for the Kings was at just under 56,000. Before they were the Kings, they were technically the Memphis Showboats. In the first 2 seasons of Memphis Showboats football in the UFL, they totaled just over 54,000. As Punt comes off clean, going to be returned up past the 40, down to the 39. In one season, the Louisville Kings had more total attendance than the Showboats did in their first 2 seasons of the UFL. Yeah, I don't see the league trying Memphis again for a long while. As we head to commercial break. So at commercial break. All right. Yeah, but but the thing is, like, Memphis attendance was never good. Like throughout every single game, even when they had some sparks of life during the past 2 years, Memphis attendance was just not good. And it sucks, but that's just the nature of things. Louisville also ends the year with an average attendance per game of roughly 11,200. That is a market that's here to stay. That is fantastic. They play in a 15,000 capacity stadium, so they're well more so they're well filling up that stadium each week. Especially if they make the playoffs this year and go on a bit of a run, we're gonna see them have some really nice attendance numbers next year. As we're at commercial break. All right, just getting back from commercial break. Great starting field position here for St. Louis. Can they capitalize? 7:04 to play in the half. It's 1st and 10 from the Houston 39. Perez in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receivers to the left as well. Man in motion, left to right. It's Jacquor Pearson sent in motion. Perez going to look to throw. Has some time, pass right side, going to be caught along the sideline up to about the 23. Even McBride on the reception. He's been one of their best receivers this season. And this is a team with Akeem Butler, who was Offensive Player of the Year last year. McBride has been a go-to target, it seems for a lot of these guys. Perez in shotgun, back to his left. 2 receivers to each side. Ball on the Houston 23. Perez going to look to throw once again. Pressure comes quick. Pass over the middle is high and incomplete. Dangerous throw from Perez with pressure in his face. 2nd and 10 coming up. Just under 6.5 to play in the first half. So it's 2nd and 10 coming up. Perez on shotgun, and there's a penalty marker down as a movement before the snap. Going to be a false start against St. Louis. Oh, man. I mean, yeah, that's also a great gift to get. Second and 15. Perez in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the left. Going to look to throw. Now hand this off up the middle for Jarvion Howard. The delayed handoff going to get about 10 or so. So a 3rd and medium coming up. How far of a walk would it be? Okay. 3rd and 5. Perez in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the left, going to look to throw. Pass left side for the end zone, gonna be Akeem Butler. Is his feet in bounds? They're saying no, seemingly. Yeah, it can be incomplete. Saying he couldn't get his feet in bounds there. It's still a great grab through some contact. No, that left foot, yeah, those feet are out. So the drive stalls out in the red zone, and out comes Ramiz Amen for the field goal try. Yeah, it's seemingly like a good chunk of that lower bowl is filled for this game. Still not obviously what you want, but it's not bad. 36-yard kick, it is up and it's right down the middle. 5-mile walk. Yeah, it's long, but eh. So 4:17 to play in the half. It's a 6-point lead. All right, so out comes Ryan Sanborn for the kickoff. and his unique style that he's been doing this year, which is just send it down and then run. Kickoff underway, going to be returned beginning from the 5. Face out past the 15, past the 20, past the 25, breaks off some tackles, and is brought down at the 30. Alright, so 4:07 to play. And it's John Rice Plumlee in for the Gamblers. Okay. They're being safe with Deckers. Okay. So Plumlee and shotgun back behind him. Three receiving options to the right with an extra lineman in the game. Plumlee fakes a toss right, throws it back left for the receiver screen for Jontre Kirkland, and going to break off some tackles and fight for a gain of roughly 2. And there is a Battlehawks. Slow to get up as well after that. Taylor Stallworth, one of their defensive tackles, is slow to get up. Could be a tough blow to that front 7. Also, they ruled it a gain of only about a yard, so it'll be 2nd and 9. Oh, he got rolled up on by his own teammates. Some friendly fire there. So 2nd and 9 coming up. Second and 9. Plumlee and shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well. Ball on their own 31. Gonna hand this off, going left, trying to cut it up the middle, as Marcus Yarns back to the line of scrimmage for no gain. I feel like if he's stuck to the left side there, might have been able to have a lane opening up. So 3rd and 9 coming up. Plumlee and shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. And what seemed like an obvious passing down. Plumlee can definitely use his legs here if need be. Going to look to throw. Pressure comes quick. Plumlee escapes to his right. This is where he can be lethal. Will take it himself. Gonna have enough for the first and out of bounds for a gain of 11. John Rice Plumlee doing what he does best, which is use his legs to make magic happen. It's instant pressure up the middle. Plumlee should be dead to rights in the backfield. And he just uses his speed. And he's gone for 11 yards in the first down. One more play needed before the 2-minute warning. Plumlee and shotgun back to his left. Gonna hand this off going right, and that's Kirk Merritt. Gonna lower his shoulder and pick up about 4. And that should get us to the 2-minute warning in this one. Yep, 2-minute warning, heading to a commercial break. We're at the 2-minute warning from Houston. Gamblers up by 6. St. Louis looking to clinch a playoff spot. Houston looking to get to 4-5 and be a game back of the playoffs. We'll see how this first half concludes after the commercial break. And we're at commercial break. At commercial break. All right. It's been a solid one. So at commercial break still. Should be coming out of commercial break here soon for the final 2 minutes of the first half. What's been a defensive centric game? Compared to what has happened throughout the week, it's definitely a slower start, but we'll see how it ends. As we're just coming back from commercial break, it's 2nd and 6 for Houston. Plumlee in at quarterback for Houston on this drive, looking to extend this lead before the half. It will be Houston getting ball to begin the second half, I believe. No, it's the St. Louis. One of these teams getting ball. I think because both teams turn over on downs to begin the game, so that's confusing a bit. Plumlee in shotgun back to his left, 3 receivers to the left as well. Gonna hand this off up the middle and there's space past midfield. Stays on his feet and stretching forward to about the St. Louis 46. A first down pickup for Kirk Merritt. Gonna be 1st and 10. Plumlee in shotgun back to his left, 3 receivers to the left as well. Going to look to throw, pass left side is going to be caught by Lawrence Keys. Gain of roughly 5. Pass was a tad behind. If that's more online, probably has a bit more yards there, but still a 2nd and 5 coming up. So Plumlee in shotgun looking to throw in 2nd and roughly, actually 4. Trying to escape to his left, and he's sacked, but there's a face mask there. Gonna be a face mask against St. Louis, so a 15-yard penalty and an automatic first down for Houston. Gonna be called against Travis Feeney. Yep, gonna be called against Travis Feeney. Yeah, that's a clear face mask penalty. So 1:09 to play in the half. First and 10 coming up for Houston. They're in field goal range now for John Hoyland. Plumlee in shotgun, back to his left, looking to throw. St. Louis sends pressure, and he's sacked. The ball comes loose, and I think Plumlee falls back on it. St. Louis sent 8, and they got pressure in instantly, and there is a gambler slow to get up as one of their linemen. Gareth Warren is slow to get up, so they have to call a timeout with 54 seconds left in the half. That is tough. Yeah, Plumlee falls back on that. But yeah, there's... You need to be aware that you're hot on that play. Or potentially hot. That's a tough one. So 54 seconds to play in the half. So 54 seconds. There's a 2nd and 19 for Houston with 1 timeout remaining. Plumlee in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well. Ball now on the St. Louis 34-yard line. Man in motion, right to left. They hand this off up the middle, and there's space. Good blocking down the field. He gets down to about the 20. It is Marcus Yarns on the carry. And that's going to make up for the sack on the previous play. Makes it a 3rd and short with 40 seconds to go in the half, and they go quick. Plumlee in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the left, looking to throw on 3rd and 5. Pass left side's well off the mark and intercepted. Being returned past the 25 to the 30 and out of bounds at the 31. That's a bad throw from Plumlee. Cannot be making a mistake like that. That's inexcusable. Who was he throwing to? Was he going for the zig? Because the zig route is wide open. If he's going for that, he airmails it by about 2 or so, by about 3 or 4 yards. If it was miscommunication between him and the dig, where he thought the dig was gonna be a sit, I get it, but if he was looking for the zig, that's a terrible throw. So Perez in shotgun, 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right, looking to throw. Pass right side, gonna be caught and out of bounds at roughly the 37. James Bostic on the grab. Yeah, that's a tough one. The only I don't like making a lot of excuses. The only excuse I will make is he was with NFL rosters. He was there as a receiver for them. He hasn't played meaningful quarterback snaps since his time at UCF. So it takes a second to get back into the swing of things, but that's why I'm saying Decker should be the guy while you're still in this playoff push. Perez passed right side, going to be a gain of roughly 5 for McBride. Like, it was just not the time to try and give Plumlee meaningful snaps. You're still very much alive in the playoffs. You win this game, you're a game back. You're in a massive playoff push here. There's no need to try and get Plumlee some snaps just yet. The Deckers is, and I get that they're scared of Deckers' shoulder and it getting worse, but that's just. 3rd and 1. Perez gonna hand this off up the middle, and there's space for Jarvion Howard. Past midfield, past the 45, past the 40, and tripped up right around the 38. 9 seconds to play in the half. St. Louis will probably call the first timeout here. Seemingly, they're in field goal range now. Exactly. It's just one of those things where it just feels weird. Like, I like seeing Plumlee play, because when he's good, he's really good. But, like, making a mistake like that is inexcusable in this situation. Because St. Louis calls their first timeout. So 1st and 10. Nine seconds remain in the half. Perez in shotgun, back to his right, 2 receivers to each side looking to throw. Pass deep left side, going for Akeem Butler. It's caught at the 5, and he's in. Harry Vincent gives up on the play there. There's 1 second remaining. The game is tied. They take advantage of the interception. Harry Vincent wants a penalty. The fact that he still gave up on that play is insane to me. He instantly went to go complain to the refs. He wants a push-off call. He does not even care about tagging down or tackling Akeem Butler there. That's a mental error. It's a 38-yard touchdown for Akeem Butler. And they're an extra point away from taking the lead right before halftime. And St. Louis gets ball to begin the second half as well. So this is a double up potential here. And Houston calls their final timeout instead of challenging. Yeah, that's 2 terrible mistakes in the final minute of this game, or minute of this half. The interception was a terrible throw, was a bad decision. And then Kerry Vincent not playing through the whistle. It's like if he I mean, they still have a timeout, so they still get a field goal. But like, if he just simply tackles Akeem Butler, Houston has the lead entering halftime. And you can then work from there with it. But to instantly ask for the push-off penalty and yell at a ref instead of finishing the play first, it's a bad mistake to make. And Kerry Vince is one of their better secondary players as well. And for him to make a mistake like that is tough. The extra point's up, and St. Louis has the lead. That is a tough situation. Yeah, it was just a bad mistake by Kerry Vincent. Yeah, if Kerry Vincent just tags him, it's ball on the 1 yard line. They get a field goal out of it instead of a touchdown. And Houston has the lead entering halftime. It's just it's a mental error. All right, kickoff underway. Going to bounce and be returned beginning from the 2. Final play before halftime. Space down that left side, past the 25 and down to the 26. We're at the half. St. Louis gets ball to begin the second half. And trying to clinch a playoff spot. They're up by 1 at the half. All they're going to need to do is hold on to this 1-point lead. We shall see. We're heading to a commercial break for halftime. I will quickly be right back. All right. I'm back. And we're at halftime. And we're at commercial break. And we'll see if St. Louis can maintain this 1-point lead throughout the second half. So look to clinch the playoffs. At commercial break. Yep. And depending on the results of this game, we could be entering week 10, the final week, with all but one team still alive for the playoffs. I think that'll be the case technically either. No. Yeah, pretty sure if Houston loses, they're out at this point, maybe. Either way, it's been a great season. As we're at halftime. As we're at commercial. We're at halftime, technically commercial break. You do 2 halftime segments with commercial breaks in between before the second half begins. And we're at halftime. We await the start of the second half. St. Louis gets ball to begin the second half. They took advantage of the interception right before halftime to take the lead for the first time today. Can they build with it? We're at commercial. We're at halftime. Soon gonna be approaching the second or another commercial break here. Yeah, it's been a defensive centric game, is how I'm gonna phrase it, but it is setting up for a potential great finish. I am very curious about what the mindset in Houston's gonna be for the second half, especially at quarterback. But we'll see. But we're at halftime. Houston's doing a flag football thing for halftime. That's cool. All right, commercial break. We'll lead into the second half. As we're at commercial break. Let's see what the second half can bring. All right, second half should be beginning here soon as we're wrapping up the commercial break. As we're at commercial break. Yeah, that's fair. I ate before stream, but we're getting to the point where I'm getting hungry again, so I got food waiting for me as soon as this ends. As the second half is gonna be underway here soon. Let's see what the second half can bring. All right. Just coming back from commercial break, start of the second half. Kickoff on the way here momentarily. Houston set to send this one down. John Hoyland will be set to send this one down. The broadcast just say Houston has now scored a fourth quarter touchdown since week 2. I buy it. Their second half offense has not been the greatest this year. Yep. Just coming back from a commercial break. Yeah. It should be a fun, interesting season. Yep, kickoff moments away. Oh, that Houston mascot. They just showed on the broadcast. That Houston mascot's great. I love it. It's dumb, but it's great. Yeah. Seems like seems like that Houston halftime speech in the locker room might have gone over well, but we shall see. The play on the field will be the difference with it. We shall see. Teams are on the field. And Perez warming up along that sideline. It does have a lot of potential. I'm excited to see how how he works with it. All right, John Hoyland on to send this one down. Kickoff going to be returned beginning from the 9s. The second half is underway. Based along that, trying to find space along that right side. Gets up past the 20 and down to about the 21. St. Louis will begin from there. All right. I could see that happen. Depending on how the season goes, I could see if I'm trying to fit that in there. Perez alone in shotgun. Quick pass left side for Akeem Butler on 1st and 10. And it's going to be a gain of about 6. All right. So Perez in shotgun back to his right. 2 receivers to each side. Going to look to throw in 2nd and 3. Pressure coming, stepping up, will take it himself. Perez going to be brought down for a gain of about 2, maybe 2.5. Oh, if Houston loses, we have Birmingham being eliminated. Okay. So I assume... No, but Louisville would then also... We'll figure out exactly what the situations are after this. Perez in shotgun, and St. Louis will have to call a timeout. They were not going to get the snap off in time. So a 3rd and inches coming up. Adrian Peterson is at the game? Sure, screw it, why not? Honestly, yeah, put him in a uniform. Gamblers need him. He probably still has like, he still probably has a 100-yard game in him. So 3rd and 1. $13.5 to go in the 3rd quarter. Perez in shotgun. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. I would press more, especially on Akeem Butler. I would press up on him. And there's a QB sneak for Perez, and he's short. Gonna lose about a yard. Trying a sneaky QB sneak. It does not work. Houston's defense stands tall, and it's a 3-and-out for the Battlehawks to begin the 2nd half. Yeah, he's short. Houston's defense stands tall. Now it's time for the offense. Punt comes off clean. Going to be returned beginning from the 13. Base out past the 20, past the 30, and going to be brought down around the 32. So Houston will start from there. Have it be Deckers. Now Kevin Sumlin being interviewed on the sideline, saying that Deckers' shoulders busted up and his calf is tightening up on him, so it's Plumlee for the time being. Handoff going right, going to be a gain of 3. They're going to see if they can get things loosened up for Deckers to be back in the game, but until then, all eyes are on John Rice Plumlee. All right, this is his time to prove himself then. They drafted him all those years ago for a reason. Plumlee and shotgun, a back to each side, 2nd and 7. Back motion out wide to the right. Is Plumlee going to roll right and going to look to throw? Pass right side, caught by an open receiver past midfield and tagged down at the 48. It's Marcus Yarns on the reception. Interesting play design. That's not a play you would see Deckers running because it requires, it's pretty much an RPO. Deckers has the option to run, Plumlee has an option to run if he sees a lane, or you can throw it down the field like that to Marcus Yarns. So again, a little bit of a better throw, a little bit higher. You can have Yarns run with it and be gone probably. Plumlee handoff right side, can have a lane for a gain of about 1 yard or so. Yeah, maybe. Again, I think ideally for Houston, you have Deckers play the full year next year. Though, like, we'll see what their mindset is with it. Plumlee and shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the left as well. Looking to throw in 2nd and 9. Pass right side, has a man. It's caught by Moreno Cropper. Inside the 10, the 5, and down to the 3. A nice ball from John Rice Plumlee. And it's 1st and goal Houston. All right. Hey, I'm here with it. Yeah, that's a nice back foot ball out there from Plumlee. He realizes that the corner is sleeping a bit. Handoff up the middle for Kirk Merritt, and there's Plumlee with a block as he is in. The Gamblers have the lead. On their first drive of the second half, they retake the lead. All right. Houston's off. Like Plumlee found. I'm not gonna say necessarily found a rhythm just yet. I want to see one more drive, but there's something there. Nice cut by Merritt, and Plumlee lays enough of a block so that way the linebacker can't get over enough. And they're going to go for 2. Try and make it a 7-point game. Plumlee and shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the left as well. Going to botch the exchange, and St. Louis is going to have it on the fumble recovery, but he tagged down, so no return. So again, trying to get the RPO working, the read option stuff working, and just weird exchange stuff happening there. Can't tell if necessarily he wanted to give it or tried to pull it, and we just couldn't corral it from there. Either way, it's a 5-point lead for Houston. At least it's not like what happened with Birmingham on yesterday with the blocked field goal return for a point. But we're at commercial break. We're at commercial break. At commercial break. I would imagine for the Texan stuff, that would be the arc we're getting. I'm just curious what the other stuff he has in mind is. But we're at commercial break. Should be coming back from commercial break here soon. Alright. The thing with doing a long stream is the phone does not last typically. Yeah. Which does... No, Texans and Patriots don't play each other next year, right? I don't believe so. Oh shit, it's 8. Okay, hold on. I am losing track of time. OKC, San Antonio, dual box. What have I been missing in this game? 7-point lead for San Antonio currently, okay. Just coming back from commercial break. No, they don't. Alright, so Jordan Horland on to send this one down. Kickoff underway. Going to be returned beginning from the 10. Space out past the 20, past the 25, and going to be brought down right around the 30. Yeah, it could be. Okay, next week Sunday's not a doubleheader again. So 1st and 10. Perez in shotgun. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Ball on their own 31-yard line. Perez going to look to throw. Quick pass right side is going to be caught with some space. Down to about the 38, maybe 39-yard line. Stephen McBride on the grab. Yeah, this is the first home game for the Spurs in this series. Forgot about that. Perez in shotgun, back to his right, 2 receivers to each side. 2nd and 2, ball on roughly the 39-yard line. More so, 38. And there's movement up front before the snap. Finally, they call that. Gonna be a false start against St. Louis. Took them long enough. There'll be a 2nd and 7 coming up. So since I missed the start of this game, what is Wemby's stat line? $13, 1, and 3. With a steal and 2 block. Perez in shotgun, back to his left. 2 receivers to each side. Looking into play action and look to throw. With some time, pass left side caught by Joshua Pearson with space. Going to be enough for the first, a gain of roughly 8. So 1st and 10 coming up. 9:20 to play in the 3rd, and counting. They break the huddle with 18 seconds on the play clock. Perez in shotgun, back to his left, 2 receivers to each side. Man in motion left to right. Perez going to look to throw. Dump off left side for the halfback screen. Going to be dropped. Just in case it's a backwards pass, there is a clear Houston recovery, but it's being ruled incomplete. 2nd and 10 coming up. Nearly a loss of like 6 or 7, if that ball was caught. So 2nd and 10. 8:35 to play in the third. Perez in shotgun looking to throw. Pressure coming, rolling left. Buying some time, will take it himself. Past midfield and out of bounds for a gain of roughly 9. So a 3rd and 1 coming up. 8:20 to play in the third and counting. Yeah, it must feel good. So 3rd and 2. Ball just past midfield at the 49. So they're going to have to go for it on this drive. Play clock winding down. Perez in shotgun. Back to his right. 2 receiving options to each side. Going to hand this off up the middle. And that's going to be just barely enough for the first. The second effort going to get him a yard. Going to get him a gain of 2. Hell yeah. So 1st and 10. Perez in shotgun, back to his left. Gonna hand this off up the middle. It's Kylan James with a big hit for only a gain of a yard. He got stopped in his tracks there on that. Alright, 7 minutes to play in the third. 2nd and roughly 9 coming up. $6:45 to play in the third and counting. Perez alone in shotgun. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right, looking to throw. Pass deep right side is overthrown and incomplete. Missed him by about 10 yards. Houston wanted a holding penalty on that play. I see why. 39 coming up. Yeah, and it's all right. I think most people have like that one thing. I know in like a week's time, a big PlayStation event is happening, and I'm hoping for some God of War news for that because that's kind of my, well, obviously like the Dolphins and everything, but like outside of sports, like the God of War franchise is, I love it. The most, and Greek kind of history and Greek mythology in general is like my thing. I always love learning new stuff for that shit. Having new things get like inspired by it. Perez alone in shotgun. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. 3rd and 9. Going to look to throw. With some time, rolling to his right to buy some more. Dump off going to be caught by Stephen McBride, and that's enough for the first. A gain of roughly 10. Yeah, I need to get more props to hang up in my room. They're related to it. A lot of the room is like sports related stuff, which is great. I mean, again, it makes for a really fun background to point towards. But like talking about like from what I see near my monitors, would be nice to have a bit more stuff there. That'll be for a future thing. Perez in shotgun, back to his left, 3 receivers to the left as well. Going to hand this off right side, and there's space. Up past the 30, past the 20, inside the 15, and down to about the 11. It's Kylan James on the carry. Ball is now on the Houston 11-yard line, so it's St. Louis in the red zone, looking to retake the lead. 5:25 to play in the third. Perez in shotgun, back to his right, 3 receiving options to the left. I think they're saying more so ball in the 12. Hand off up the middle, that gets inside the 10 and down to about the 8. 2nd and medium coming up. So 2nd and 8 for St. Louis. How are they spotting this? It's been a nice drive, though, for the Battlehawks. Perez in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well, going to look to throw. Dump off left side, going to be caught in the backfield, and going to be out of bounds inside the 5 of roughly the 3 or 4. It's Kylan James under reception. Creates something out of nothing there, as he was met in the backfield, basically. So a 3rd and short. Perez in shotgun, back to his right. Making some adjustments at the line, and they're going to Wildcat here. It's Blake Jackson in shotgun. Back to his right. Jackson, handoff up the middle. Gonna break off one tackler, and he is in. Kylan James retakes the lead for St. Louis as they're looking to clinch the playoffs this week. They lead by 1 with 3:48 to play in the 3rd. All right. It's a really damn good drive. 12 plays, 6.5 minutes. That's a beauty of a drive there for the Battlehawks. In the not final home game, it's like what's? No, it is final home game for Houston, right? Yes. And they're gonna go for 2, trying to make it a 3-point game. Perez in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the left. 3:48 to play in the 3rd. Perez, handoff up the middle, and he is in with ease. Jarvion Howard basically untouched. Battlehawks lead by 3. As we are slowly approaching the 4th quarter in this one. Just too easy. And we head to commercial break. Yeah, we'll see what Houston can do the next time out. See if it's still going to be Plumlee or if Deckers has loosened up, or Deckers' calf has loosened up a bit. We're at commercial break. Spurs lead by 8 with just under 5 minutes to play in the first half there. The way that Wemby plays defense. I wish that was the case. I doubt it though. I don't even know what's gonna I mean but at the same time, like, I would not want Miami to play the 49ers in the Super Bowl. That was the matchup the last time Miami was in, and it did not go well for us. Like, I just play someone else. But if they're competitive like that in 27, it would be perfect. Obviously, next year's not going to be great, but like ideally, is they get back to being competitive in 27. So we'll see from there. So we're at commercial break. All right, just coming back from commercial break. I doubt Miami's going to the Super Bowl in 27. Yeah, it was like to think that logistically it's possible to script something like a sports league. It's even if the league was scripted, they would not script it that far in advance. Kickoff gonna go out of bounds. Houston will begin from the 40. That is how I know you're bullshit. The Cowboys are not going to a Super Bowl anytime soon. It's just not in there. To be fair, like, yeah, bullshit from the start, I know, because again, the NFL's not scripted, no matter what anyone says. It's not possible for that many people to be on the same page for something throughout the entirety of their lives to not leak it beforehand. It's just not possible. There's too many factors that go into play for it. In shotgun, can hand this off of the middle, and that's stuffed at the line for no gain. Again, Patrick Mahomes is under contract in Kansas City till 2031. And there's no reason they'll ever trade him. If you, I get joking about the league being scripted. If you're gonna joke about it, make it realistic. Handoff left side on 2nd and 10, going to be a gain of roughly 4. So 3rd and 6. Plumlee and shotgun back to his right. 2 receiving options to each side. Ball on their own 44-yard line. Plumlee rolling right, looking to throw. Trying to get the sideline and going to be sacked back near the 38. This Houston offense kind of losing some steam there. That's the same second half issues that they've had all year. There's good coverage in the back end. There's nowhere to go with that ball. It was Levante Bentley on the sack there. I would be happy if Miami even makes the playoffs in 2027. Even then, 2027 might be a year. That might be a year early on the rebuild schedule. We don't know yet. Punt gonna come off clean and be out of bounds around the 12. I don't do sports betting. That's not my game. I don't care for it. As we await St. Louis's next drive. I could see Dak being on the move from Dallas, but not to Kansas City. Also, the idea that Dak... Mahomes is a part owner of the Kansas City Royals. He's just fine in Kansas City. He has shown no indications of being upset about it there. If these were... Again, it's not realistic. Perez to throw in 1st and 10. Pass left side, going to be incomplete. Looking for Akeem Butler. Yeah. Yeah, no. Okay, then you put the money on it and prove me wrong in 4 or 5 years' time. Because I am not going to... no. The NFL's not scripted, no matter what anyone says. Just... Perez looking to throw in 2nd and 10. Pass over the middle and is behind and dropped by Akeem Butler. If the Dallas Cowboys. The same team that has not made an NFC Championship game in 30 plus years is all of a sudden gonna, one, trade for Patrick Mahomes, and two, make the Super Bowl. Perez in shotgun, back to his left, three receivers to the right. Going to look to throw in 3rd and 10. Has some time, pass over the middle is going to be caught past the 25. Fights his way past the 30 and down to the 33 is James Bostic on the grab. Going to be 1st and 10 coming up. That's a damn good throw. Puts it to where only his guy can get it along that outside shoulder. That's a good grab. That's a nice throw and catch. That's a damn good throw from Perez. That's being accurate with the ball. One more play needed before the end of the quarter. Perez in shotgun, back to his right, three receivers to the left. Gonna hand this off up the middle, and that's Kevon Latulis breaking off one defender. Good stiff arm on the second, and gonna be brought down right around the 35. They marked Bostic down by contact on the point of the catch. And that'll be the end of the 3rd quarter. "15 minutes to play. St. Louis looking to clinch a playoff spot. They hang on, they win. If they hang on to win, they are in. And the process would eliminate the Birmingham Stallions, seemingly. Houston looking to keep their hopes alive. They're going to be led by John Rice Plumlee, seemingly, for the rest of the game. And we'll see how this one unfolds. Yep, at commercial break for the end of the 3rd. Yeah. He's just trying to scheme up something for a 2032 Super Bowl. If you go far enough in advance, it's hard to predict, so that way it can somewhat be believable. As we're still at commercial break. At 2:40 to play in the first half between the Spurs and Thunder as well. That's a hell of a shot over Wemby, jeez. It's a 7-point lead for San Antonio. I'm hoping that game is still going by the time this one wraps up. In that case, I'm also hoping for a good finish. Still at commercial break. All right, just getting back from commercial break, and there's the current playoff picture. If it stands like this still, it would be 3 straight matchups between Orlando and DC. Maybe length of the message also plays a role into YouTube's XP system. Perez in shotgun back to his right, looking to throw in 2nd and 2. With some time, passing deep right side, and that's intercepted! Picked off by Houston at the 36. It's Major Burns. He had one called back earlier in this game. He gets one there, and Houston's very much in this. That was not a great throw. One was underthrown. 2 had a lot of air under it. And Major Burns just able to break off of it. Oh yeah, that would have been incomplete even if Burns wasn't there. All right. Now it's time for this Houston offense. In shotgun, a back to each side. Ball on their own 36. Gonna hand this off, going left, trying to get the sideline, and is going to fight his way for about a yard, maybe. I believe that's Marcus Yarns on the carry. So 2nd and roughly 9 coming up. So Plumlee in shotgun back to his right, looking to throw in 2nd and 9. Pass right side going to be caught, and that's going to be enough for the first, depending on the spot. Ball comes loose towards the end of that. And St. Louis saying their ball. One ref is saying forward progress stopped, maybe? Refs will discuss this. No, he's saying he was down before it came loose. That's going to be close, though. Did Wemby just hit a half-court buzzer beater? Now, here's the replay. No, that's a fumble. He was not down. Dontre Kirkland was the receiver. I don't know how they said he was down by contact there. That's a beautiful peanut punch. Again, if they said forward progress stopped, I could buy it, but no, that's a fumble. What? I need to rewind that. I can't because I'm on the dual box. Yeah, no, yeah, that is a Wemby with the buzzer beater. Yep, so it will be St. Louis ball. The fumble is being added to it. That was a pretty clear fumble. So clear recovery by St. Louis will be 1st and 10 Battlehawks. Jordan Williams, the one that forces it loose. And Houston unable to capitalize off the interception. Instead, they turn it over themselves. So 1st and 10, St. Louis. Both teams have turned the ball over twice in this game now. Perez in shotgun back to his right. 3 receiving options to the right as well. Going to hand this off, going left for Jarvion Howard. And it's going to be a gain of about a yard. Maybe 2. So Perez alone in shotgun. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Ball on the Houston 44. Perez looking to throw. Pass left side's caught. Going to be down at roughly the 39. Jodcord Pearson on the grab. Yeah, Houston's not been a good fourth quarter team this season. Being outscored 34-6 in the fourth quarter of games. Okay. Perez in shotgun back to his left, 3 receivers to the right. Going to look to throw in 3rd and 2. Pass left side tipped at the line and incomplete. All right, the defense is standing tall a bit. It's Rashard Lawrence on the pass breakup. It'll be 4th and 2. Yeah. Okay, part of me is just curious on how different of a season this would be for Houston if Hunter Deckers was the quarterback from week 1 and did not get hurt. Also, I'm pretty sure the 34-6 stats only for like the past few weeks. 4th and 2. Perez rolling right, looking to throw. Pass right side going to be well off the mark and incomplete. It's a turnover on downs for St. Louis. Houston's very much still in this with 12 minutes to play. They're in this. They're still very much in this. And we head to commercial break off of it. At commercial break. Just about 12 minutes to play in this one. At commercial, yes. Wemby with the half-court buzzer beater is crazy. Like, San Antonio has to be rocking right now off that. But at commercial break. All right, just coming back from commercial break. All right, what can Houston do off this? One of the offensive linemen going up to Ricky Prohl about the failure to get 3 yards on 2 plays there. Honestly, I love it. Plumlee in shotgun back to his left, 3 receivers to the left as well. Play action looking to throw. With time, pass right sides off the mark and incomplete. Low pass. Second and 10 coming up. Plumlee in shotgun back to his left, looking to throw. Pass over the middle and it's off the mark and incomplete. Yeah, maybe. Plumlee in shotgun looking to throw on 3rd and 10, stepping up and escaping pressure. Has space, lowering the shoulder, going to be enough for the first pass midfield and down to about the 49 of St. Louis. All right, they're setting up for a potential game tying field goal. We're taking the lead with a touchdown. Gonna hand this off going right, and that's gonna be a loss of roughly 4. Back into their side of midfield. That's So 2nd and 13 coming up. Plumlee and shotgun, a back to each side. Going to look to throw in 2nd and 13. With some time, pass right side is dropped. Incomplete. 3rd and 13 coming up. 10 minutes to play in the game. And the broadcast just said it. During the preseason this past year, Plumlee was the main return man for some teams. Now he's a quarterback here for Houston. Because as an attempt to make the transition to the NFL, the Steelers and I believe the Seahawks had him as a receiver potentially. Similar to what the league is doing now with Tommy Castellanos, also a former UCF guy. Looking to throw on 3rd and 13. Pressure comes instantly. Trying to escape, but sacked. No time at all to get that ball off. And Houston can't punt. They passed midfield. Oh, this is a bad spot to be in. Yeah, the PWHL having all their games on YouTube is fantastic. I love it. More startup leagues and like smaller leagues should try to do that, and some do. But like, it's a great decision that they did that. I think that's a large reason why they're having the success they are as a league. And Houston's not going to take a delay of game. It's a 4th and 31. Oh, and yeah, take ticket prices as well. Yeah. Yeah, ticket prices as well is great. The UFL has been trying to do similar stuff with ticket pricing. They've had a lot of deals throughout the season. Yeah, the NFL game ticket prices can be insane sometimes. They can be crazy. Even with like borderline nosebleed seats, they can be something else. In shotgun, looking to throw, pass right side's caught on 4th and 31. Not gonna get anywhere close. Brought down near their own 45. So turnover on downs. It's a tough break for Houston. It depends on the stadium and the matchup. Like I've been able to get Florida Panther tickets for as low as like 27 for good seats in the upper bowl. And then this was like with them being the defending Stanley Cup champs and everything. You can find good tickets if you go look at like I've gotten lower bowl seats to the Florida Panthers for like 110, which is a decent bid. But for the defending Stanley Cup champs playing the Toronto Maple Leafs, 110 a ticket for the lower bowl, I'll take it. I'm not gonna complain too much. Especially when I don't go to a lot of games a year. I try to go to like at least one every time I'm in town. Since I'm in school now, but I'll probably end up going to a bit more once I graduate. So at commercial break. But at commercial break. As we're at commercial break. Ball is on the Houston 45 just about for St. Louis after the turnover on downs. As we're just getting back from commercial break. Also, I find it so funny. People are like, oh yeah, because the Dallas and Louisville game that ran a bit long. So for a large majority of markets, that ran long in the ML and the start of the MLS game was pushed. Since I'm in South Florida and it was Inter Miami playing, I got cut off from the end of that game. That was funny. Handoff left side on 1st and 10, going to be maybe push forward for about 2 yards. And I've had similar situations happen before, mainly with ABC. Mainly ABC has screwed me over of one UFL game a year. They have not this year so far. I'm knocking on wood because we have next week to go. Well, yeah, so like I missed the final 2 minutes of Louisville and Dallas. It's whatever, but it's just funny. They're like, oh yeah, a ton of other people watched it just fine. Into Miami took priority. It might be. 2nd and 8. Perez in shotgun looking to throw. Pass right side going to be a gain of enough for the first gain of roughly 9. If you're asking about why he's talking about that stuff, it's because I saw it online, the people talking about it. Hands to the face penalty against Houston's the call. Can attack on the end of that play. Yeah, because I get notifications for the UFL subreddit, even though I'm not like I don't use Reddit actively. I'm on there enough to where it gives me notifications from it because of finding the dev charts and all that. So I saw someone mention how like, oh yeah, the UFL is starting on other channels and it's getting pushed off for other things. I'm just like, yeah, I was like, yeah, it's funny sometimes, but that's what happens when you have a young league like this. 7:56 to play in the game. Perez in shotgun. And now there's moving the spot some more, it seems. All right, Perez in shotgun, back to his left. 2 receiving options to each side. Man in motion, right to left. 1st and 10. Perez gonna hand this off right side. And that's gonna be stuffed behind the line for a loss of about a yard or so. If you can hold them to a field goal, you're feeling good. The Thunder are 2 for 13 from 3 so far in this game. Jeez. It's 2nd and roughly 11. Ball on Houston's 33-yard line. Perez in shotgun, back to his right. 2 receivers to each side. Just under 7 minutes to play in the game. Perez going to hand this off up the middle, and that's going to be inside the 30 and brought down right around the 25. Maybe they give him the 24 if they're being generous. Either way, a 3rd down coming up. Clock continues to roll. 6.5 to play in this. Third and 2 coming up. Perez in shotgun, back to his right. 2 receiving options to each side. High snap, going to hand this off up the middle. And that's not going to be enough for the first. Stood up after a gain of a yard. So 4th and roughly 2. $5:40 to play and counting. In shotgun, back to his right. 3 receiving options to the right as well. St. Louis trying to get them to jump. It's not going to work. There's their 2nd timeout. It's a 4th and roughly 2. And imagine you send out the field goal unit now, make it a 6-point lead, force Houston to score a touchdown, which they've not been able to do in the 4th quarter of games since week 2. Like, take the points. It ain't that hard. The ball is on roughly the Houston 24-yard line, so they're in field goal range. So 4th and roughly 1. Like, just take the points. Go up by you. Force Houston to score a touchdown. They don't do that in the 4th quarter. Why are you going for it? Why are you potentially giving them life? Just kick the goddamn field goal. Perez in shotgun. They hand this off up the middle. It's enough for the first. They get inside the 20 to about the 18. It worked, but man, I don't like the play call. I don't like the decision still. It works, but that's being risky for the sake of being risky. So 1st and 10. Perez and shotgun back to his right. Gonna hand this off up the middle, and that's gonna be a gain of roughly 4 up to the Houston 15-yard line. So 2nd and 6 coming up. So Perez and shotgun back behind him. 3 receiving options to the right. Gonna hand this off once again. And that's stuffed behind the line for a loss of roughly 1. It'll be a 3rd and 7 from the Houston 6, 11-yard line or so. It's a 3rd and 7. 3:45 to play in the game. Houston looking to make a stand. If they're only down by 6, they're still in this, but they're going to need a borderline miracle with how they've been playing the past few weeks. Perez alone in shotgun. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Looking to throw. Pass, right side, end zone. It's incomplete. He could not get his feet in bounds. Stephen McBride with a nearly great grab. And it'll be a 4th and 7. Welcome on in. Getting the tail end of what's been a pretty okay game. You know, it's coming down to the very end here. I'll take that. Yep, St. Louis is up. Soon to be up by 6 if they can make this field goal. All good. Just appreciate being here anyway. But with that, since we're about 3 minutes left in the game, I'm gonna also quickly say, like I said earlier, for week 10, that Friday game between Dallas and St. Louis, I won't be live for it. I have plans that interfere. It's one of my friends' birthdays. We're doing something for that. So I won't be live for that game, but all the other games I'll be live with on week 10. The Saturday stuff, the Sunday stuff. I will gladly take going live with 40 of the 42 games this season compared to how bad it was last year with it. All right, 34-yard kick from the right hash. To put St. Louis up by 6, it's up and right down the middle. But yeah, there'll be no Friday. There'll be no Friday stream for me. $2.56 to play in the game. All right, John Rice Plumlee. This is your drive, man. This is a legacy drive. You're gonna need something here. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna. It's his 21st, so we're gonna be drinking. At least I am. I'm not sure exactly what his plan is, but it's gonna be fun. They're interviewing Ryan Sanborn right before he's about to kick this off. I love that touch. All right, kickoff underway. And that's going to land short of the landing zone. No, that landed short of the 20. That was short of the 20. As it's currently being ruled, it'll be Houston ball from the 20, but that landed short. It should be Houston ball from the 40. I need to see a replay of that without the graphic on the field. They're saying it hit the 20-yard line. Yeah, at times they go overboard with it, but I do like the touch of it sometimes as well. Like a few weeks ago, or maybe it was last week, when they were interviewing the ref after a missed call like that. That's dumb. I need to see a replay of that because I couldn't. Oh my god, Wemby. Or did I hit the 20? Okay, yeah, they hit the 20. It's easier to tell without the graphic. Because the thing with the graphic is a little bit inside the 20, so handoff left side going to be a gain of roughly 6 for Marcus Yarns. Yeah, because the graphic they show, it starts more so like the 19 and a half. Yeah, potentially the final play before the 2-minute warning. Plumlee in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well. Handoff up the middle. Gonna be enough for the first. He spins his way past the 30 and down to about the 33. Here to get us to the 2-minute warning. Houston still has all their timeouts. And all Hunter Deckers can do is look on from the sideline. Plumlee in shotgun, back to his right. Play action looking to throw. Pass right side, a little bit low, but caught. Gonna fight his way past the 35 to the 36 before forward progress is stopped. So it's a gain of 3 for Justin Hall, and that gets us to the 2-minute warning. A pretty similar situation here for Houston as what it was against Birmingham back in week 2, when Decker's getting hurt in the first half, and it turned to Nolan Henderson back in week 2. Decker's got injured in the first half in this one. They've turned to Plumlee since, and it's been a bit of a mixed bag. But we'll see. 1:55 to play. We're at commercial break for the 2-minute warning. As the Spurs lead by 21 now. If Houston loses, Birmingham is eliminated. From what I have seen, I believe that's the case. So you need Houston to win to keep your hopes alive a bit. Oh yeah, I'm sure. It's been a fun game to have on the background. I'm gonna watch the end of it with some good food after this ends. Yeah, because St. Louis clinches a spot with a win. So tiebreakers play a factor with Birmingham, with DC, and it's complicated. But at commercial break. Testing to see if YouTube's hiding people. That was a weird thing from yesterday. As we're still at commercial break, should be wrapping up. Commercial break should be wrapping up here soon, and we'll see the tail dates. We'll see the end of this one. Yeah. Yeah. All the stuff that happened before the first half ended is going to be coming back at this point. St. Louis has been playing aggressive tonight. All right, all 3 timeouts. Plenty of time for Houston. They need to find the end zone. 2nd and 7 coming up. Plumlee in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receivers to the left as well. Ball on their own 36. Gotta go 64 yards. Looking to throw, has some time. Pass deep, left side. It's underthrown and incomplete. Looking for Lawrence Keys. It was there for him. If I don't want to say it like this, because that's more so putting the blame on Keys when that's just a bad throw. But if Keys sees the ball sooner, he could fight back towards it and really sell a DPI there. But yeah, it's not a great throw from Plumlee. He has a better arm strength than that. He could put more into it. The 3rd and 7. Plumlee in shotgun. Back to his right, 3 receivers to the left, and there's going to be a penalty down here on Houston, I believe. Pass right side going to be a gain of about 6, but pretty sure the whistle called the play dead. Yeah, false start against Houston. It was a 3rd. It's against former Dolphin Jackson Carmen, because of course it is. Yeah, of course it's against him. So a 3rd and 12 coming up. 1:50 to play. You're in 4 down territory. Even if you have all your timeouts, you can't trust your defense at this point. Yeah. Plumlee alone in shotgun. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. They're spreading out that St. Louis defense, trying to give Plumlee some room to run if needed. Plumlee looking to throw. Has some time, pass over the middle, is caught with space. Pass to 40, pass to 45, bouncing off defenders, past midfield, and down to the St. Louis 49. It's Jalen Moreno-Cropper on the grab, and Houston keeps the drive alive. They move the chains. Clock will briefly stop with 1:41 to play. Oh, there's also a St. Louis Battlehawks though to get up. It's Sean Fresh who's banged up on the play. He's been damn good for St. Louis this year. That's also their final timeout now, and thus they can't challenge anything. And Sean Fresh going down is tough. All right, so 49 yards out. I look over to the Spurs game and I see Shea at the line, because of course I do. First and 10. Plumlee in shotgun, back to his left. 2 receivers to each side. Play action looking to throw. Dump off left side is caught by Lawrence Keys. Has a good block. Past the 40 and down to about the 37. Another first down pickup for Houston. 1:34 to play. All 3 timeouts. 37 yards from the tie. As there's another Battlehawk slow to get up after that. Another one of their secondary. This is a bad time for their secondary to get banged up. They're just keeping it simple. That's also a great block on that side. That's John Trey Kirkland laying the block there. No, it's Moreno-Cropper. A minute 10. A minute 10. A minute 34. First and 10. Plumlee in shotgun, looking to throw once again. Pass left side, gonna be incomplete. Looking along that sideline there. First and 10 coming up. Was looking for Caden Davis. Yeah, broadcast has mentioned it. Like with Plumlee behind center now, the Zion QB keepers could be in your favor. Or at the very least, a read option. Plumlee in shotgun, looking to throw. Has some time, trying to roll to his right to buy some more. Pass right side is going to be caught by an open receiver for a gain of roughly 2. But clock will begin to run. It's Kirk Merritt on the grab. And now it will stop with 1:22. Again, if a little bit more accurate on that pass, Merritt has room to catch and run. But because of needing to make the adjustment to catch the ball, it's only a gain of 2. And there's Houston's first time out. Part of this is, again, just not having the chemistry built with the guys yet. Other part is just throwing on the run can be a bit of an issue for Plumlee, even though he's a great mobile quarterback. It's just, I do not blame you. That was a tough loss yesterday for Birmingham. I still can't even believe exactly how that happened. From the jump, it was a weird game. So 3rd and 8. Again, you're in 4-down territory. Plumlee in shotgun. Back to his right. 3 receiving options to the left. Going to look to throw. With time, pass right side. A dangerous throw that's intercepted. And now they're saying incomplete. He bobbled it. Oh, that's a tough drop. Hold on, it's 4th and 8. I need to see this. Because that camera angle was far back. That's a bad throw, though. And yeah, he drops it. What are you looking at there, Plumlee? What's that decision? We're trying to force it to Moreno Cropper. I just don't get that throw. All right, 4th and 8. Comes down to this. Plumlee in shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the left. This is where I want to see him use his legs a bit. Plumlee, the throw. Pass left side. Back shoulder. It's incomplete. Nearly a great catch. Looking for Lawrence Keys, but tiny bit overthrown. And I imagine we'll have a challenge here from Houston to try and keep the game alive. You have to for desperation stuff. Maybe you have roughing the passer there. It's not a... It goes through the hands of Lawrence Keys. That's not a bad throw. Yeah, you want him to be a bit better, but that's not terrible either. Again, I'm curious if we're going to see Houston potentially challenge for something. I would like to, again, you might have a shot with roughing the passer. But you have to challenge something. I mean, this is playoff potential. No challenges yet. I'm shocked by this. I mean, it's all right, so yeah, there is going to be a review. Oh yeah, so they're doing the C for roughing the passer. I guess they are challenging it. Yeah, Houston challenge for roughing the passer. It was their best bet at getting a penalty enforced there. It's not going to work. They lose the challenge, and the St. Louis Battlehawks, with the stand on 4th and 8, will punch their ticket to their 3rd straight playoff appearance in the UFL. If Plumlee throws that ball a half second sooner, I think they do get roughing the passer on that. But it's tough. The story with this Houston team is, 1, what if Deckers never gets hurt? And 2, their second half offense. Specifically the 4th quarter offense. Handoff up the middle is a gain of about 2. And I think Houston will call their final timeout here. Yeah. Just kneel this one out. Yeah, that third down play was the weird one because that was just not a good throw on 3rd and 8. Dude, you needed some yards on that play. There's no point of forcing it there. And I wonder if, yeah, because that in route's open. I wonder if part of the thing with the I wonder if part of the issues with Plumlee the past few weeks, and this game especially because he's most of his snaps, is the fact that he hasn't been training with the mindset of a quarterback the past few years. Because again, like he's been on NFL practice squads, he's been bouncing around, but as a receiver, not a quarterback. So I'm curious if that's part of it. And in the upcoming offseason, and depending on what happens in next week, if he's back in that proper quarterback mindset for a full week of prep or a full offseason of prep, is that going to make him perform slightly better? Or is what we're seeing now what we're getting from him? Because we'll see, one, if he's on the team next year, because who knows what the rosters in this league. And two, kind of what's the story with Deckers entering next week. As there's the final kneel down. The St. Louis Battlehawks punched their ticket to the UFL playoffs. They'll be trying to get their first championship in spring football. Luis Perez, a mid-season trade, has led this team well enough so far. They're going to need to play better if they're going to win it all this year, though. Yeah. That's one way to put it, yeah. Alright, so my question now, how is the rest of the stand-ins looking for this? Because we know St. Louis is confirmed in. I think this eliminates Birmingham from what I've seen, but I kind of want confirmation on that first. I think you stick with Perez. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Birmingham has the tiebreaker over Louisville. So if the Kings lose and Stallions win, they have that's the head-to-head tiebreaker. That's the main thing I'm confused about. At the same time, DC clinched a spot with a Columbus win, so who knows? I want to see a playoff graphic before I fully wrap it up because I'm curious about this. I want some kind of confirmation about Birmingham. Dude, the Kings have been playing how I thought they were going to play earlier on in the season. They're finally picking up the pace. Like I was high on them early on in the year. It took them a while, but it feels good that they're picking up steam at just the right time. It's been impressive for Louisville. I'm not seeing anything yet. Yeah, it's the entire game is summed up by the end of the first half. The end of the first half changed this game. The interception thrown by Plumlee led, and then the touchdown by St. Louis. The end of that first half changed this game completely. It's just two bad mistakes at the end of the first half. All right, ESPN, show the playoff graphic, please. I want to go get food. Yeah, I just want to make sure. Yeah, I'm gonna head out here soon as well. I just want to make sure I'm aware of the playoff picture. Yeah, no, Birmingham's not eliminated yet. Dallas, Columbus, and Houston are. It's gonna come down to one more week for Louisville and Birmingham for that final playoff spot. The Kings win, they're in. Kings lose, Birmingham wins, they're in. That's all that's what it's going to come down to. Yeah, that's what I thought was going to be the case. So Birmingham still has a chance, but they're going to need Louisville to lose next week to Columbus. And then Birmingham will need to handle business against Houston. So it's still alive. Appreciate everyone tuning in. It is a long one. Again, it won't be live Friday night, but it'll be live for all the other 3 games of the week. So appreciate everyone tuning in. I'll see you all next time. Have yourselves a damn good one. Peace.